98 form. Yeah, he wants stuff from me. Yeah.
Good morning. All right, good morning, everybody.
Morning, Judge.
All right, are we ready for the jury, or do we
Yes,
have any
ma'am.
preliminary
Judge,
matters?
I have a matter that I
Yes.
wanted to take up relating to some of the evidentiary stuff we did yesterday. May we approach?
Okay, sure. All right. Are we ready for the jury then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my understanding from Deputy Johnson that all of you are available for tomorrow. Is that correct for testimony? All right, perfect. All right, your next witness,
Officer Kasanova?
Officer Casanova.
Are you making this argument about the Juliana?
Your Honor, can the main screen be released if it isn't already?
It is, there's nobody.
Okay, thank you.
It's fine.
Now I feel like I have to. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Morning, Officer Casanova.
Good morning.
I'm just going to ask you a few questions, but the first question is I wanted you to identify the picture that's in front of you. Do you see a picture?
I have a blank screen.
Okay.
Now I have a picture.
Okay. Is there any way, based upon just that snapshot of your body cam video, as to whether this is your video?
I can't say for certain.
Okay, let me move forward. And just stop me if you see anything that makes it clear it's you.
This does appear to be my video. I recognize my watch.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to go ahead and play this video.
We have to identify it.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor, that would be identified as Defense Exhibit 86, I believe.
I have an 86.
87.
87. Do you wish to have it in evidence?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Yes, Your Honor, we should approach.
Okay. So 87 will be introduced into evidence without audio. Does this need,
And sir, can you,
I'm sorry, does this need to be under seal? I don't know what it has on it.
I don't believe it does, Judge.
He does not go upstairs.
Correct.
Judge, I hate taking the risk, but I do not believe that Officer Casanova goes upstairs in the house. I believe that he remains on the first level.
Is that correct, Officer Casanova?
I never entered the house.
Never entered the house.
Perfect.
Okay, so.
Judge, maybe
so-
we just approach about one other thing that I might see on there.
We're going to enter it without audio, and we're going to make it under seal for the moment. Okay, thank you.
Sir, can you please state your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
Sure, I'm Robert Casanova, Casanova.
And you've indicated that this is your video based on your watch.
Yes,
Okay, and we're going to watch this without sound,
okay.
okay? And from time to time, I might stop it and ask you a question.
Okay, sir.
Thank you. Sir, we pause for a second there. Is that you arriving at the house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. At 8:56?
If I can ask the court to clarify for the record, counsel referenced 8:56, that would be the marker on the video, not the time of day.
Right, the time of day actually says 8:14. and
It
the-
was 8:56. I was showing the marker on the video, Judge.
This is the marker.
Reference for the officer.
Right, and the time on the video of the actual time would be 8:14. Okay.
Thank you.
Officer, at this point, as you're walking toward the house, were you given any direction as to what your duties were going to be at the scene?
Not at this point. I just also, asked Officer Batani, sitting on the sidewalk there, if he needed any help. And then I think that's Officer Hernandez, I asked him if he had crime scene tape, and he advised he was going to get it.
Okay. At this point, had you been given any instruction as to what you should do?
Yes, my supervisor had asked me to take over from, at the time, Sergeant in Training Bell.
Okay. Sir, is this the end of your contact with Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
I believe I check on her a couple times, but for the most part, yes.
Okay, in the car?
Yes.
Sir, ultimately, when she left the scene, was it in your cruiser or in the cruiser that she's sitting in right now?
I'm not sure which cruiser she was in, but it was not mine.
Okay, you know that it wasn't you.
Yes.
Other than checking on her, were you given any other duties while there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Other than checking on her, which you've testified to, were there any other duties that you began after she was in the car?
Yes, after a short while, I took over traffic control duties, restricting vehicle access to the roadway.
Your Honor, this is 2545, and those are all my questions for this officer.
All right, so just to be clear, then you would just want 87 in evidence up to 2545, correct? All right, and that'll stay under seal then, okay. All right, thank you. Cross-examination?
No questions, Judge.
All right.
No
Is this
questions.
Is this witness subject to recall?
No, Your Honor.
All right, you're free to go, sir, thank you.
Thank you.
Your next witness?
Your Honor, may I just check with Detective
Sure.
Byerson? There's Sergeant Brian Ames.
Sergeant Ames?
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Good morning, Sergeant Ames.
Good morning, sir.
And are you a sergeant?
I am.
Okay. Where are you currently, what's your current station?
I'm in the IB, sir.
Okay.
Internal Affairs Bureau.
And during the period of time, February 24th, 2023, through the end of 2024, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to DFS in November 2024 to February 2025. Before that, I was a street supervisor.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to have you take a look at some exhibits. Your Honor, I'm going to use the
Okay.
overhead if I can.
It's fine, we'll switch over to that. You just have to hit the button on the top. Okay.
Sir, can you see that document?
I can, sir.
Let me just straighten it out. Are you familiar with that document?
Sure, yes, sir.
Okay. I'm specifically looking at, and I'll just put my pen in there, at this particular area. Is that something that you authored?
I did, sir.
And so the sign out is Ames. That's you?
That is me.
And this is your title here.
Yes, sir.
Now, what is it that you're doing here with regard to this communication?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to the witness reading from the item. It hasn't been identified or offered in evidence.
I don't think the question was to read it.
No, it was not to
Okay,
read it.
all right, I'll overrule the objection at this point.
What were you doing? This appears to be an email thread. What were you doing?
Looking at the email, it looks like I received something from Lieutenant Gachio, and I was sending it out amongst the people who work for me. It looks like I CC'd my captain.
Judge, I
and
am going to object. He's reading from the letter. If his recollection of this email is such that he can testify to its contents, then certainly.
So it'd be a foundation objection.
Yes,
Sustain that objection.
And sir, this is an email that you authored and you sent on to your colleagues. Is that correct?
that is correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move this in as Commonwealth's Exhibit number 88.
Any objection to that?
No.
Okay, 88 in evidence, and we can
Now, I would
publish
just
it
like
to the
to
jury.
ask you another question. The people that you were saying you were writing to were people that were within your section, is that correct?
It looks like I CC'd my commanders and two of the detectives that work for me.
Okay, and the two detectives are both named Brendan Miller?
Yes, sir.
And is one of those detectives the digital forensics analyst for this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and he's obviously in your section. And is this officer in your chain of command?
No, sir.
Okay, what?
Your Honor, counsel's making reference. He said this officer. I'm not sure who he's speaking
If you
about.
could, just
I
for the
was just
records.
pointing, yes. I won't point, sir. David Gachio, it says Lieutenant David Gachio.
He was not in my division.
Okay, and yet he's communicating you regarding, what is it he's communicating about?
An executive summary?
Okay, is that Brendan Miller's executive summary? Do you recall?
I don't recall, but looking at this, I would have to say,
Judge, I'm going to object to any further answer. He does not recall.
No, overruled. You can finish answering, that's fine.
You can finish answering, you were saying, but looking at this.
it appears to be an executive summary.
Okay, now, was there a particular executive summary that Brendan Miller completed that was at issue while you were there in cyber security?
There was no executive summary issued while I was there. I was only there for 4 months, sir.
Okay. Was there, were you aware of any disputes with the executive summary, either within your division or another division?
I know that executive summaries are written on every case.
How about this case? How much contact did you have with this case during your time there?
With this case, not very much contact at all, sir.
Okay, and so what we're seeing is the extent of your contact?
Pretty much, sir.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to take 87 off, and I'm going to have you look at,
Judge, I believe that was 88.
I'm sorry?
Is that correct? He referenced
88?
87.
Oh, sorry.
That was
Did I
88.
say-
We just did 88, yes.
okay, then that was 88 that I took off.
Right.
I'm going to identify what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 89. Can you see that email?
I can.
Okay, and is that appear to be an email that you forwarded on?
It is.
Actually, you know what, I'll just let you tell me what it is.
It looks like Lieutenant Gachio forwarded a proffer to me,
Okay,
and then I forwarded on to my detectives and CC'd my supervisors.
okay, and you said a proffer, or are there two proffers there?
I don't know. Normally, the system works where you get two different angles. I can't recall
Okay,
if that's one or two.
so you never examined those proffers?
No, I'm sure I clicked on them before a meeting, but I don't recall if it's two separate parts or if it's just two angles.
Okay, and where you sign off as Ames, that's you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Sergeant Brian Ames, all of the things relating to that were correct as of the time of this writing on
Yes, sir.
November 8th, 2024?
Yes, sir.
And you're CCing, I assume, superiors?
Chain of command, yes,
Chain
sir.
of command, okay. And Brendan Miller and Brendan Miller are the two people that this is directed to.
Yes, sir.
Okay, now, they're in your chain of command. Would that be an order that you're providing them? Here, I move this in as Commonwealth's Exhibit 89,
Any objection?
No.
All right, 89 evidence?
if we can have
Published?
that published.
I mean, yes, I guess since I'm their supervisor, if I send them that, I guess it could be perceived as a command, but that's not really the way it works. It's their detectives looking at a case.
Okay, so let me ask you a question about that. By saying their detectives looking at a case, you're saying you leave the detectives alone to do their thing?
I'm saying that I had 4 months there. I wasn't really caught up to speed on digital forensics. That's not my specialty. Like, I haven't been trained in that.
Okay, so you're a supervisor for the people that are trained and as
I am.
experts? Okay, and as a sergeant, in your chain of command, are you being ordered to do something by the lieutenant from homicide?
I think I'm being asked to look at this, like this is the way information sharing would happen, is we're not homicide detectives over in that squad. We're kind of, we're a support unit over there, so that's how the information would come in.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, criminal investigations, cyber and forensics bureau is a support bureau for homicide?
Well, specifically, digital forensics is a support bureau for all the other bureaus when they have digital evidence.
Okay, and is it common for the lieutenants from other bureaus to communicate with you in this way, to have your detectives do things?
No, there's a lot of back and forth. Like I kind of, when I was in that position, I kind of feel the calls, send stuff up the chain of command, figure out what the detectives think are best for the case, stuff like that.
Okay, so you're going up the chain of command. Is it something related to the communications that you're receiving, or is that something that you would do with every communication?
Since I was a newer sergeant at the time, it was my understanding the expectation out of my command was to link them into pretty much everything that I was doing.
Okay, in the form of, in the immediate moment you received an email?
If I was doing ESRs, like they got them, if we had a case that was unusual, or if we had anything, like I said, I was a newer sergeant. It was my understanding, the expectation on me was to forward stuff up my chain of command. That is correct.
Okay, so this is commonplace, what these emails show?
I would say at that point, when I was in DFS, with me being newer, I looped them in on a lot of stuff.
Okay, thank you. Your Honor, I've moved 89.
89 is in evidence.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to have you look at what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 90. Do you recognize that? I know you send a million emails
Yeah,
a day,
I
but do
send
you
an awful
recognize
lot.
this particular one?
Yes, this is my email, sir.
Okay, and this, and I'm pointing with my pen, appears to be you, that's the way you would sign off?
Yes.
And this would be all of the information that's accurate as to where you were working at the time?
Yes, sir.
And what about this up here? What was that? Do you have any idea?
I don't know without seeing it. I mean, based on the context here, it looks like it's a timeline
Okay.
from Lieutenant Gachio
Okay.
related to the Profer.
Do you know, and let me just call your attention to, and this is 89, correct?
That's 90.
90. Your Honor, I moved this in as Exhibit 90.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
90 in evidence and published?
Sir, I'm going to put 89 there next to it.
Okay, not published? Take it.
89 is in.
Oh, he's put 89,
Yeah.
okay.
I didn't ask you about, with regard to 89. Do you know what that is?
I mean, given the context of this, it appears that it's a timeline related to this case.
Okay. And I'm going to have you look back at 88. Do you know what the attachment was on 88? And when I say do you know, I'm asking, did you open it or did you look at it or anything like that?
I mean, I'm sure I looked at it, but if you're asking me right now if I know what that is exactly, all I can say is I can assume that it's an executive summary that has to do with this case.
Okay, thank you very much. Now, on 88, you've added Brendan Miller's, I guess, B1 and B3 they're called?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On 89, you added Brendan Miller, and then CC'd your command staff?
Yes.
I don't see Brendan Miller. Would that have been forwarded to them, or is this just specifically for your command
That's
staff?
just for my command staff.
Okay, and so there wouldn't be an additional email to show what you sent to Brendan Miller and Brendan Miller?
I don't believe so, given the context of this. I don't believe I forwarded that, but I don't know.
This appears to be dated November 7th, 2024. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And let me go back to 89. This was dated November 8th, 2024, correct?
Yes, sir.
And number 88 is dated November 8th, 2024 as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now I'm going to Sir, do you see that on your screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and same questions. Is this how you sign out?
It is, sir.
Okay, and this information is all correct?
No, that is, maybe I didn't change my, signature line at that point.
Okay.
I don't know exactly when my first day was up there,
Okay.
but that was my previous position.
Okay, and that's your email, correct? You authored that email?
It is.
Okay, and in this, just to point out a few things, November 8th, 2024, and it's to your command staff, not to the Brendan Miller and Brendan Miller. And there's an attachment, and that's the same, appears to be the same attachment as number 88. Is that I can show you 88 again if you'd like.
I mean, it appears the same, but I couldn't tell you what it is.
And this email is from Lieutenant.
I'm going to object to the leading.
Who's this email from?
I object to leading, and I object to the continued characterization of the items in the email that the witness has indicated he does not recognize and cannot tell the court or the jury what they are.
I understand. As to leading, I'll sustain leading.
Who's this email from?
It appears to be Lieutenant Gachio, sir.
Okay, and nothing's changed about his position or your position since we looked at 88, 89, 90?
I'm not sure why my title line is like that. I don't know. I believe at this point I'm in DFS, given the fact that I'm writing emails to that chain of command. I don't know why my subject line is different.
That's fine, as long as you can identify that as your email, that's fine.
That is my email.
Your Honor, I'd move this in as Defendant's Exhibit 91.
Any objection?
Yes, Judge, I'd object. It contains statements made by a party not testifying would be hearsay.
All right.
Your
I
Honor,
assume that's a hearsay objection?
Yes.
Okay.
Your Honor, I would just identify that for now.
You just identify, you don't want to put it in evidence?
I won't put it into evidence. I'll put it into evidence when I call the next
Okay,
witness.
so 91 is not in evidence. Okay. Next question.
Now, Sergeant Ames, in your training as an investigator, are you the type of investigator that follows the evidence, Or are you the type of investigator that follows a theory before the evidence is developed?
Me as an investigator, I go with evidence.
Okay. As an investigator, when you question individuals that may be suspected of a crime, do you let them just tell you the story without challenge?
Objection is to leading.
All right, sustain as to leading, if you want.
What, if anything, do you do when you question a suspect in terms of their story?
I mean, I have a conversation with them, sir.
Okay. And if the conversation isn't consistent with the evidence that you have, how do you handle that?
I mean, if I have the opportunity, I clarify it.
Okay. And in clarifying, what is it exactly that you're doing when you have a dispute with, or conflict with what you know versus what the person's saying?
Can you ask that again, sir?
When you have a situation as an investigator that you're trained to be, and the facts as you know them are different than what the person is saying to you in the story or whatever conversation you're having, how do you handle that?
I mean, if I have the opportunity, I follow up and ask questions that I need to know the answers to.
Okay. And would there be any reason that you wouldn't have the opportunity if you're talking to them?
No, I mean, defendants, if you're talking about a suspect of a crime, I mean, they don't have to tell you. You can ask the questions, they don't have to tell you if that's what you're asking.
Well, I'm just asking, say, let's assume that nobody's claiming the Fifth Amendment. There's just a statement based upon what the evidence you know. What I'm trying to get at is how do you get to the evidence to determine if what you know is correct through the person that you suspect is the criminal?
If you're asking what I do, I generally ask questions till I understand.
Okay. And in terms of the types of questions, how do you do that, or how were you trained to do that?
Judge, I'd object just to relevance at this point. I'm not sure where we're going with this witness.
I think it's relevant to the investigations that would go on in any case, in any criminal case.
I'll sustain the objection as to relevance to this case.
In that situation that we were just talking about, would you challenge an individual or not challenge an individual?
Same objection, Judge, relevance.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay, I'll move on, Judge. You've seen Defense Exhibit 88, 89, 90 have been moved into evidence.
Yes.
91 has been identified by you, sir. Were there any other additional communications, either telephone or meetings, relating to the subject matter of these three exhibits that you know of?
This has been so long ago now, I don't know.
Okay.
I mean, there quite possibly could be another email or text. I don't know.
Okay, I'm just asking if you know of something. I'm not asking for you to speculate.
I don't know.
During the time frame you were there, I think you said February 25 was when you left?
I believe it was February 25.
Okay. Had Brendan Miller, the digital forensics detective in this case, had he been transferred at that point?
I think he transferred either right before or right after I left.
Okay. Did you have any role in his transfer, whether administrative or making the decision?
No, not making the decision. I think my role was figure out where Miller wanted to go initially and just be a first-line supervisor for him.
Okay. And would that include, would that first-line supervisor role, would you have a lot of contact with him?
I mean, I had contact with him every day.
Okay. And would the contact that you had with him be related to the Banfield case?
If things came up, yes, I would have contact with him about the Banfield case, but it wasn't, it's not like I'm doing forensics or anything. If questions come up, I generally shoot an email at my chain of command or stuff like that.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not advising him how to go through data or anything like that. My job was, I had other things that I was doing, budgets and distributing cases, new cases coming in.
Okay. Did you have anything, were you a decision maker in his transfer?
No.
Do you have any idea why he was transferred?
I wasn't brought into those conversations. I pretty much was told that the decision had been made, I wasn't involved in those.
Okay. And was there anything that you were told about the decision that was made?
Not that I can remember. I mean, there was, right, it's a police department. There's rumors going around, but I don't know what would make the difference. I don't know where the rumors would stop and what, I don't think I was told specifically why he was being transferred.
Okay. Well, I don't want to put you in that spot, so if you don't know. Were you aware of how the experience that Brendan Miller had, the one that was transferred?
I knew that he was I can't think of the terminology, certified, yes, I know that Miller is experienced.
Okay. And he'd been there for how long, do you think, prior to you leaving, or prior to him being transferred?
I don't know.
Okay. In terms of your making the decisions of assignment of cases, where would he be in the decision process for you?
I don't know what you're asking, sir.
Would he be one of the more experienced ones that you would assign to, or one of the less experienced ones?
The other Miller was kind of the person who I bounced what we were going to do. He was the other Miller was the more senior Miller on the squad, so I bounced most of my decisions off of him.
Okay, and then he'd assist you with that?
He would, yes, he would assist me in that.
And do you know how long he had been in the digital forensics section?
No.
Okay.
I know it was a while, but I don't know.
Okay. Judge, I don't have any further questions.
All right, cross-examination?
I'm going to leave 91 there, if that's okay.
Oh, that's fine.
Good morning. How
Good
are
morning,
you?
ma'am. How you doing?
All right. So just so we're clear, you weren't in digital forensics very long, correct?
I was not.
Okay. And you didn't get involved in any of the actual digital forensics involved in this case, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And you weren't involved in Detective Miller's transfer,
No, ma'am.
and you weren't involved in Detective Miller's work on this case, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay. These emails you've been shown, you just passed them on, is that correct?
That is correct.
They didn't require any specific action of you, correct?
No, ma'am.
Okay, and those requests were to examine the evidence in this case in the context of new evidence that had been received, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Did you change, distort, or hide any evidence in this case?
No, ma'am.
Did you direct anyone to change, distort, or hide any evidence in this case?
No, ma'am.
Thank you, nothing further.
All right, any redirects?
Sir, I appreciate your answers. Did you feel as though anyone was suggesting that you distorted, changed, or did anything to evidence based upon these emails?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I don't have any further questions.
Is he subject to recall?
No, Your Honor.
No, ma'am.
All right, you're free to go, sir. Thank you. Have a
Thank
good
you.
day. Your next
Have a good
witness?
Leah Smith.
Excuse me?
Detective Leah Smith.
Detective Smith?
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? I do. Thank you.
Good morning, Detective
Good morning.
Smith. Can you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Leah Smith, Leah Smith.
And what division in the Fairfax County Police are you currently in?
Homicide.
Okay, and were you in homicide during the time of February 24th, 2023?
I was.
Okay, so you're familiar with this case, and the Banfield case, and the Juliana Perez Magalhaes case?
I am.
Okay, and as a homicide detective, you're trained in certain investigatory techniques, correct?
Yes.
What are those, if you could just tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
So we are gatherers of facts. We will respond to scenes, talk with patrol officers who have already arrived. They'll give us a briefing of the case. We'll identify people that we need to talk to, places we need to go, and gather other information and track down what information we have gotten, and if we need surveillance video, or go to stores and track back movements, identify people to talk to. We'll canvass a neighborhood. We'll talk with crime scene to figure out what needs to be done in their capacity and how that will work in our capacity. We will just gather all the information that we can and put together, to the best of our ability, what happened in a particular incident.
And how do the theories of cases emanate from an investigation?
So the best course of action when you're investigating a case is to collect facts and information. You don't have theories to begin with. You have an open mind going into it because you don't know what happened. And then you try to gather all of the information so that it gives you a clearer picture as to what happened.
And in terms of gathering the information in order to get a clearer picture for, I guess, the entire squad, what mechanisms do you utilize in order to make sure everybody's on the same page?
We discuss what we've done, who we've talked to, what information we have gathered or captured. If we crime scene will let us know what they have. We usually have a detective who is with crime scene as they're doing their work, and they'll pass on information. If we have other entities doing work on our behalf or assisting us in any way, they'll provide information, and then that will be discussed amongst the squad so that we all have a full picture of what we know.
So beginning with February 24th, 2023, had you developed any theories on that day based upon what you saw at the crime scene?
No.
Okay. Give the ladies and gentlemen of the jury as to kind of what the timeline is for any theories that you may have had.
Personally,
Yes, as an investigator.
so I did not, and don't have or don't create theories as I'm investigating a case until I have all of the evidence that we can collect. And even then, a theory of the case and how it's going to be presented in court is really something the Commonwealth's attorney is going to do. They're the ones who are going to present it. So we will give them all of the facts and all of the information that we have, and whatever theory that's going to come from that is something that they're going to present to it. We do make a determination if there is probable cause to get warrants for somebody in a case. So in this particular case, I did not have a conclusion until we had all of the evidence in the room,
Okay.
the blood evidence and all of that stuff, that was really understood.
And, okay. What was the time frame on it, acquiring all of that information in order to potentially have theories? If you were
Those pieces came in toward the very end of the investigation.
Okay.
A full understanding of the sequence of events that we could tell and understand in the room that came toward the very end.
Okay. But in terms of the hard evidence that's done, like DNA, fingerprints, digital forensics, when is the evidence available in order to arrive at conclusions or rule things out or any of those sorts of things?
That's a sliding situation. So things are submitted to the lab, and you might get information in lab sheets back in different times. It's not all given to us at once. And so having that portion of the investigation, you might submit something and then realize that you need to submit more things, or the lab will only take a certain number of things, and then you do a second submission. So then your lab sheets will come in as they come in, kind of in a longer time period.
And the decision process amongst the homicide investigators, is that just within the room of homicide, the actual investigators? Let me see if I can articulate that a little better. You've just described the gathering of evidence and the discussions. Would that be with the homicide detectives? Or who else would be included in that?
It could be anybody who's involved in the investigation. We do briefings with all the entities that are part of it. So it could be computer forensics, it could be crime scene. Our supervisors are there. If we're having, so it could be different meetings over the time period of the investigations. There might be different people who are present during those discussions.
And is it, would you describe the homicide group as being the investigators and the supervisors in another way?
The homicide detectives are the investigators, yes.
Okay. And just so it's clear for the jury, the chain of command going up, the supervisors, they're not investigators, correct?
They are not investigators, they are supervisors.
Okay. Did there come a time when supervisors were suggesting theories to the homicide investigators in this case?
So we had a briefing within the first week of the incident where we were discussing everything that everybody had done and the information that was collected. And our supervisor at the time told us there were 2 theories in the case and we needed to get behind the right one.
Who was the supervisor?
Lieutenant Smug,
Okay. Who was in the room?
the homicide investigators, the detectives.
Okay, were there any other people?
I don't recall if there were victim services or advocates or our crime analyst or others who might be there during a briefing when we have just had an incident.
Was one of those theories catfishing?
It wasn't stated what the theory was. It just said there were 2 theories and you need to get behind the right one.
Okay, at some point, in order to get behind it, you had to know what it was. When did you find out?
I'm not sure who said exactly that it was catfishing, that was what it was. That's just what I had begun to understand and hear from other people.
Now, did you or any of your, well, actually, I can only ask you, what, if anything, did you do, given what you just testified to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury about your methodology, what, if anything, did you do or say after hearing that?
I told Lieutenant Smuck in the room full of investigators that at this point in time, nobody should have a theory in the case, that we are still at the very beginning and we should only be investigating and gathering facts and information.
And how was that received?
There was no response.
And did this meeting end? Did the conflict between your statement and the theory that was sitting out there continue in conflict after this meeting? Like in future meetings?
I would say that the investigators on this case knew to investigate with an open mind, even though that might not be along the lines of what the supervisors might have wanted us to look at, how the case to investigate a particular line.
Okay. And did there ever come a time, I know you said at the end of the case that the catfish theory went away?
Objection leading, objection, facts not in evidence.
As to leading, I'll sustain. As to leading.
When, if at all, did the theory of catfishing go away from this case?
I don't know.
Was that then, well, did it ever go away?
I don't know.
Okay. And would that be for you to know, or would that be someone else within homicide?
Judge, I'm going to object to the form of the question. I don't think go away is clear enough. I mean, obviously, we're here on a catfish theory.
What's your legal objection?
Judge, it form, that is an unclear question.
Overruled. Go ahead. You can answer if you remember the question.
You're right. Would you just mind repeating the question?
So what I'm trying to determine over the lifetime of the case, was the catfishing theory ever disregarded or put to the side?
No.
Was there, during the life of the case, was there periods of time where the homicide squad was not supporting the catfish theory?
So everything is on the table. I wouldn't say that it wasn't We explored all options, and that was always on the table.
Okay. And when was it that in your mind, catfishing was confirmed or negated?
It was toward the end, I would say, that once we understood the full for the investigation, catfishing is maybe how you got to a point, but what happened in the room, in the bedroom, that is really what you need to figure out. That's the determination of who would be charged in the crime of murder. So once you understood all of that and what happened within the room, and then you have the other evidence of it coming forward and through the digital forensics and the interviews and all of this stuff, that decision was made on who to charge for it based on the forensics evidence.
And you charged Juliana Perez-Magalhaes in October of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So was it concluded at that point?
She was charged for her involvement in the crime. So she wasn't charged with Christine.
Right. And so was it based upon her recantation that Brendan Banfield was charged?
No.
In terms of the catfish theory, actually strike that, Judge. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right, cross-examination.
Good morning, Detective.
Good morning.
So you've told us that you conducted your investigation in a manner consistent with following the evidence. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You explained to us that theories were certainly discussed, but that they did not drive how this investigation was conducted, correct?
Ultimately, no.
All right. Counsel asked you about this meeting where you were told and detectives were told that there were two theories and you needed to get behind the right one. You challenged that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did that statement impact how you investigated the case?
No.
Did you see that statement impact how your coworkers investigated the case?
No.
Your investigation was focused on who killed Joseph Ryan and Christine Banfield, correct?
That's correct.
And you followed the evidence in your investigation, and that evidence led you to charging decisions, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Juliana Perez-Magalhaes was charged because you were able to prove that she shot Joe Ryan. The evidence supported that, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Banfield was charged when? What was the turning point in your recollection of when Mr. Banfield was charged?
When we got the blood evidence back.
Thank you. Nothing further.
All right, redirect.
Detective Smith, were you ever feeling pressure to follow a theory instead of evidence in this case?
I did not.
You spoke out about it, correct?
Yes.
Did you feel pressure by command after you spoke out about it?
No, I did not feel pressure. I know what I have to do as an investigator. I know how to investigate, and no matter what they thought or the theories they wanted to put forward, that was not how I was going to investigate or provide mentorship or counsel to other investigators on the squad.
Did you raise that with other investigators, the appropriateness of command staff suggesting theories?
Yes,
Okay. And did you address that with the group?
individually as a group, yes.
And who was it that was applying the pressure to you?
Whoever was in charge at the time, at the beginning, Lieutenant Smuck, who made that comment in the first time.
After March 24th? March 24, 2024.
It would become from Lieutenant Gachio and Bruch. I think at the time it was a Captain Bruch.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, is this witness subject to recall? No? No? No, ma'am. All right, Detective, you're free to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, since we started a little early, I'm going to go ahead and have our 15-minute recess now. All right, do not discuss the case and do not do any outside research. We'll see you in 15 minutes. Okay? Come back at 11:22 then?
Thank you, Judge.
All rise. you ready for the jury?
Beg your pardon?
Ready for the jury?
Oh, yes.
Okay. All right, your next witness,
Matt Nielsen.
Matt Nielsen.
Stand here, please stand and put, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? I do. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Can you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
Matthew Nielsen, Nilssen.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with the Fairfax County Police Department as a detective sergeant with the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay, were you previously in the homicide division?
Yes, I was.
When was that?
I was employed as a homicide detective prior to my promotion to sergeant from approximately February 2023 until what would have been November of 2024.
Okay, so I'm sorry, you were the homicide sergeant at that time?
I was a detective on the squad.
Okay, and then you transferred to where you are now, which is in the homicide division?
I work for the Major Crimes Bureau. I am not the supervisor of the homicide unit.
Okay,
I work for
what areas are you working in?
I supervise the sex crime squad.
Okay, gotcha. Now, calling your attention to February 24th, 2023, were you involved actively with the homicide that occurred at the Banfield house?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and what role did you play in that?
I assisted beginning on that day with the investigation by handling investigative tasks such as writing search warrants, and then throughout the remainder of the investigation with tasks that were assigned to me by my supervisor and other detectives handling the investigation as primary.
Okay, and based upon the time frame that you said you were there, you were still there in October of 23 when Juliana Perez Magalhaes was charged, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and were you involved in that?
Yes, I was.
Okay, was there any sort of planning that went with that?
Yes.
Okay, what was the ultimate goal of charging her with murder?
I would state there were several goals that included the fact that evidence supported probable cause to charge her with murder at that time. But based on our investigation, there was belief that there was more to the story that could be elicited from her. And the effect of charging her with a crime was effectively a way to introduce a change in circumstances between her and Brendan Banfield that could lead to the elicitation of more information about what happened.
Okay, so charging her, keeping her in jail, the pressure that would be caused, was that part of the plan?
Yes, in terms of in any type of incident in which you have multiple people involved in the carrying out of that act, there is competing interests between self-interest and cooperation. And by introducing circumstances that would encourage cooperation with law enforcement over cooperation with other parties, it could change the outcome of the investigation change the amount of information available to us as investigators.
Okay, like a plea agreement to a lesser charge and no further jail time, something like that?
There's a number of different ways that could be accomplished, or the ultimate goal could be accomplished.
And that's ultimately what happened, though. That's what caused the change in Juliana Perez Magalhaes.
My understanding is she did at one point cooperate with detectives. I was not involved at that point in the investigation.
Now, while you were on the homicide squad, were you ever assigned to listening to the jail phone calls?
No, I was not.
Okay. Was that something that was employed in order to determine whether or not she was subject to the pressure that had been intended?
I know that someone was assigned to review those calls, and the information learned from those calls was part of our investigation.
Okay. Thank you, sir. I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination?
No, ma'am.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
No.
All right, you're free to go, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Your next witness,
Your Honor, Patrick Bruch.
Patrick Bruch.
Please face Madam Clerk, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? I do. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Bruch.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name and spell it for the court reporter?
John Patrick Bruch, Brusch.
And you previously were with the Fairfax County Police Department?
That's correct.
Okay. And in what capacity was your final position?
I was the deputy chief
Okay.
of the Administrative Support Bureau. I'm sorry.
Yes. At some point prior to going to the administrator, were you transferred from another department to go to the Administrative Support Bureau?
Just for clarification, are you asking my previous assignment before
Yes.
that?
Yes.
Yes, sir. I was the deputy chief of the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay. And you were transferred from there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that of your own volition?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You wanted that transfer to the Administrative Support Bureau?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, during your time as deputy chief of the Major Crimes Division, you were overseeing or supervising the homicide squad at that time, correct?
It was one of several squads under the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay, I'm just asking about the homicide squad. You were supervising the homicide squad.
Could I have permission to clarify?
Yeah, sure.
So I was the head of the entire Major Crimes Bureau, which encompassed the Domestic Violence Unit, the Sex Crime Squad, Child Abuse Squad, Robbery, Cold Case, as well as Homicide.
Okay. And were you involved, or were you in that position at the time of February 24, 2023?
So at that time, I was the captain of the Major Crimes Violent Crimes Division, so not a deputy chief.
And when did you become deputy chief?
I became a deputy chief in January of 2024.
Okay. And did you have contact or involvement in the case that we're here for today?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what kind of, how would you describe your role in that case among all the other ones that you were handling?
Overall, my responsibilities are similar for all the cases in the Major Crimes Bureau, to include this one. So it's oversight, it's providing advice as needed, support, guidance, and then also raising concerns in the investigative process if those arise.
Okay. Were there concerns in the investigative process by you in this case?
I think that's fair to say, yes.
Okay. And did it relate to digital forensics?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And just to get to it, were you involved in the transfer of Detective Miller from digital forensics to child sex?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In fact, you at one point spoke to...
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading.
What, if anything, did you say to Deputy Chief Freed about Brendan Miller to have him transferred?
I had indicated that as far as I was concerned, Detective Miller was not to work another digital forensic case that pertained to the Major Crimes Bureau.
And were you aware of his history prior to you making that, I guess, happen?
Could you please clarify?
His work history there in digital forensics?
Was I aware that he was a detective within the division, the bureau? I guess I'm looking
Well,
for...
I'm assuming you were aware of him being a detective in the bureau. Were you aware of his background in digital forensics?
I guess I would have to say no at that point.
Okay. Did that was that anything you took into account with regard to Detective Miller?
No, sir.
And so is it fair to say, or what if anything, or what if any case was the reason that you asked for him to be transferred?
It would be this case that we're here for.
Okay. And what item of this case was it that caused you such concern?
Could I actually go back for 1 second? I didn't say that he needed to be transferred. I indicated that he wouldn't work a case for the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay.
That was Deputy Chief Freed's decision whether or not he ultimately would be transferred.
Okay, so you as the head of you're the deputy chief of the homicide or the Major Crimes Bureau. By saying that, you essentially caused the transfer.
Judge, I'm going to object to his characterization of the evidence. Objection is to form. The witness has testified that at this point in time, he was the captain of Major Crimes when the decision was made, not the deputy chief.
All right.
Is that correct?
I was the Deputy Chief of Major Crimes when I made that
All right.
statement.
Okay, and when you're the deputy chief, you make that kind of statement, especially with major crimes, that gets things moving, correct?
I certainly acknowledge that had influence on his transfer.
Okay, and his transfer was classified as performance management? Do you know that term?
I didn't know that that's what his transfer was classified as.
Okay, have you ever heard that term?
We have a performance management document.
Okay, but not a doctrine that allows transfer without documenting discipline?
I couldn't comment on that.
Was there discipline associated with this decision?
Not that I'm aware of.
Were you disciplining him by moving him out of your area?
Absolutely not. I actually retained him in the child exploitation unit.
Okay, so where he is right now.
Yes, sir.
Now, calling your attention to immediately after the killing of Christine Banfield, were you in meetings at that time when you were a captain?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and were you involved with any theories relating to the case after the killing?
I'm sure at some point.
Okay. Do you know what catfishing is?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that something that you were pushing with your homicide detectives at any point?
I wouldn't characterize that as pushing.
Okay. Would you tell them that this is the theory? Is that not pushing?
So I had a specific meeting with then Lieutenant Harrington. I believe it was in November of 2023. I was asked by the two commanders, Lieutenant Matthew Lewick, as well as Lieutenant Aaron Weeks, to meet with Lieutenant Harrington. During that time, I actually proposed 3 separate theories to Lieutenant Harrington. And we discussed those theories at that time. So there was not only one theory I was pushing, or presenting, I should say. Ultimately, I was looking for an objective and comprehensive analysis of all the facts and evidence in this case.
And when the catfish theory came up, had there been a collection of all of the evidence, all the digital forensics, fingerprints, DNA, all those things?
Just like with any investigation, it was fluid.
Okay. Had that theory of catfishing come out before any of that was finalized?
I'm sorry, could you go back to the things you had listed?
DNA, digital forensics, and fingerprints.
The digital forensics, for the most part, had been back at that point.
What time frame was that?
That would probably be the spring of 2023
Okay, so
to fall of 2023.
So my question is, within weeks of the killing of Christine Banfield, did you suggest the catfish theory in a meeting of the homicide detectives?
I don't recall ever being in a meeting with homicide detectives. I do recall talking to my command team about that possibility.
And who was your command team?
Lieutenant Weeks as well as Lieutenant Lewick.
Okay, and where was Lieutenant Gachio there at that point?
He was not.
Okay, but you brought him in, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and that was March of 2024?
That's correct.
And it was at that point that you had decided that catfish theory was?
Objection leading.
All right, I'll sustain as to leading.
What, if anything, had you concluded about the catfish theory at the time that Lieutenant Gachio was brought in?
I hadn't made any conclusions at that point. Did I have a strong working theory that this was a catfish? Absolutely.
Okay, and was that something that you told Lieutenant, I guess, Gachio when he came on with you?
I don't ever recall explicitly having that conversation. I think he probably came to that conclusion on his own.
Okay, but the two of you were pretty close in terms of the investigative issues, correct?
Yes, we were.
You were both in narcotics together at one point?
Yes, we were.
And you brought him in to major crimes, correct?
I did. That was a collective decision amongst my command team.
Okay. And so is it not true that you insisted you had to have Gachio come in March of 2024?
That is not true.
Okay. Were you aware that he was on the Brady list?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what's the Brady list for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It's basically an indication of a time or a potential in where you weren't totally forthcoming.
So truthfulness?
It could be.
But that's essentially the basis of the discipline in the police department, truthfulness, correct?
I think that could vary as well.
Okay.
Ethics, not necessarily truthfulness, so it varies.
But at the time you hired him into that division, he was on the Brady list, correct?
I did not hire him.
Okay, at the time that you asked him to come in and be a lieutenant in your section.
So could I have an opportunity to explain the transfer process?
Judge, I think at this point in time, I would object. I'm not sure the relevance of a non-testifying witnesses being on the Brady list.
Oh, I think we've already established that, if you want to move on from that.
Yes.
Okay.
At the time that he was hired, he was on the Brady list, correct?
When he was hired by the police department?
No, by you as a lieutenant within major crimes.
Again, I'd have to explain the transfer process and the selection process.
March 24, was he on the Brady's list?
Yes,
Okay. And this is a 2024, March of 2024.
correct.
And has he been put on the Brady list again during this time?
Objection is to relevance.
What's the relevance as to this time?
Judge, it goes to truthfulness, which will ultimately come in to the decisions to have him involved, the decisions why.
But at this time, I'll sustain as to at this time.
Okay. Now, sir, you indicated that you so you decided that Detective Miller was not going to be, I think as you said, involved in any other major crimes while you were there.
Any of the digital forensics for the major crimes cases, correct.
And then he was transferred.
Within weeks, I would say, yes, sir.
Okay. And what was your basis for that?
So there were a few factors. Would you like me to expand on this?
Were they related to this case?
Yes, sir.
Exclusively related to this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was it related to his work product?
Yes, sir.
And are you talking about the executive summary work product?
That was part of it.
Okay. And so his conclusions were not agreeable to you?
I wouldn't word that way.
How would you word it?
I would word it that his analysis was incorrect.
Okay. And at that time when you determined his analysis wasn't correct, had you had any training in digital forensics?
I have my master's in computer forensics.
Okay, so did you look at some of the items of evidence in order to arrive at that informed decision?
So he had provided me a zip file of a Cellbrite, but that wasn't able to be downloaded.
Okay, so you didn't really review anything in order coming to that conclusion?
Well, I can get into the specifics if you'd like me to.
Well, I'm asking some questions right now, and perhaps we'll get there.
Okay.
You didn't actually check the source of his findings. With
Objection leading.
What, if anything, did you do to check the source of his findings, the digital forensics?
I didn't conduct my own digital forensic analysis, if that's what you're asking.
Okay, and I think you said you couldn't get into the portable case when you were given to
The zip file of the Cellbrite, correct.
Okay. And so what would be the reason that you would differ from your expert's opinion?
Because of some of the unsubstantiated deductions that he made.
Okay, so it's based upon his decisions relating to his digital forensics expertise.
So the deductions in the wrongful analysis.
Okay, so the decisions.
I wouldn't use that word. I'd say deductions and wrongful analysis.
Okay, and the wrongful analysis relating to the actual digital forensics that were downloaded?
Some of them, yes.
Okay, and did you ever go over those with him in detail?
I would ask clarifying questions.
Did you tell him exactly what it was that you disagreed with in terms of his deductions and his analysis?
I think a couple of them, yes.
Okay, how many were there in total?
Off the top of my head, I could probably list at least 4.
Okay, and so it was based on that, based on your reading of his executive summary, that you decided that it had gotten to the point where he's no longer doing any more major crimes under your tutelage.
Digital forensics for major crimes cases. I retained him as a detective within the Major Crimes Bureau Child Exploitation Unit.
I understand that. The digital forensics section.
He was not going to do digital forensic analysis for any other major crimes case.
Okay. And sorry, bear with me for a second. Were you aware that his work was peer-reviewed outside of the police department?
I was.
And were you surprised to see that they concurred in his findings?
I have a question to clarify. Did they concur on his extraction or his analysis?
Both.
That's news to me.
Okay. So that peer review held no weight for you because you had already decided that the analysis was wrong.
Objection leading?
All right, sustained as to leading. You want to rephrase?
Why was it that the peer review did not hold any weight for you?
Because ultimately the analysis was incorrect.
Okay. Now, in terms of the Cellbrite messages that you say you reviewed, what was it that was the problem with those?
The Cellbrite messages that he had provided,
Yes.
I wasn't able to open the zip file.
Okay, so we don't know anything about the Cellbrite messages as to your decisions on his analysis. Were you privy to a printout of his communications on FetLife?
Yes.
Okay. Were you privy to the communications from Telegram?
Yes.
And do you understand how those were obtained?
Through the digital forensics.
Do you know how that's done?
It's essentially tied to software that then downloads both from a cell phone and or laptop or any digital device.
And did you review that data?
I didn't review all the data, no.
What data did you review?
I reviewed the correspondence.
I'm sorry, the what?
The correspondence on Telegraph, the correspondence on
Okay.
FetLife. There's a significant amount of data when they download these items.
Okay. Now, are you still working as a police officer?
I am not.
Okay. On July 10th, when we were here before the court, you had just moved to the Administrative Support Bureau, correct?
I moved there in February of 2025.
Okay, so, but that's when we found out you had moved, or I found out that you moved to the Administrative Support.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Overruled, go ahead.
Correct?
I can't testify to when you found out I was moved.
Okay, on the 10th, we talked about this, correct?
Yes.
And how you had enjoyed this position, and you were really looking forward to, you know, the things that happen in an administrative support bureau, and the challenge of not having, that's being in more of an administrative role than being in major crimes.
I would agree that it was a completely different assignment than I'd had throughout my entire career.
And that's something that you sought, correct?
Correct.
Isn't that what you said?
Yes, sir.
And it's something that you're really excited about, correct?
I don't know if I'd say really excited, just
Well, when you were here on the 10th, you said that you were very interested and excited about your new challenge.
sure.
Okay. And when did you retire?
July 25th, 2025.
When did you put in your retirement paperwork?
July 11th, 2025.
So the Friday after the Thursday that we were in court here?
Correct.
Okay. So what happened, if anything, about the excitement with the Administrative Support Bureau?
Judge, I would object and ask to approach.
Sir, why did you retire one day or put in your retirement paperwork one day after the hearing that we had here on July 10th?
For personal and professional reasons.
Okay. And you're no longer a police officer?
I am not.
Sir, I'm going to change tack here for a little while. Your Honor, I think we have ID'd 91, so 92 would be the next.
All right, yes, sir.
Sir, if you can look on the screen in front of you, are you able to see this communication?
Yes.
Okay, and who is that communication between?
Director Fyes.
Okay, and Director Fyes, who is that?
She's the Director of Victim Services.
Okay, and was she someone that was within your command structure?
Yes, sir.
Okay, exactly where does that fall in the Major Crimes Bureau command structure?
She's part of the command team.
Okay, so would she be involved with command staff meetings?
Yes, sir.
Is she supposed to be there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so here we have, it looks like a,
Counsel, if you could go back to the microphone, the jury won't be able to.
sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay. Looking at the exhibit that's going to be identified as Exhibit 92, do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And there's reference to a jail call. Is that you or is that someone else?
They're responding where it says my name.
Okay. And so who else was on this thread?
I believe it would have to be, based on the response of one last favor GI, would be Lieutenant Gachio.
Okay. And so it was the three of you, and you agree that's a communication that you had with all three?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, I move that as Commonwealth's Defense Exhibit 92.
Any objection?
Judge, it contains hearsay statements. Two of those individuals have not been called to testify.
All right.
I'll identify
ID
it,
it?
Judge,
Okay.
and we'll get to it later, and
All
that's
right, ID is 92.
92. Sir, do you see that on the screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it looks to be three people.
That's correct.
Okay, and who are those three people?
Based on the text message, it would be Chief Kevin Davis, myself, Director Fyes, and Lieutenant Gachio.
And the date of Friday, October 25th, 7:32.
Correct.
Does that have significance for you?
I believe that's the date that Juliana proffered.
Your Honor, can I identify this as Defense Exhibit number 93?
93 identified as 93.
And I'd move that into evidence?
Objection contains hearsay.
All right, this is Dana's hearsay at this moment.
I'll just identify it,
Okay.
Your Honor. and-
Identified as 93.
Sir, do you see what will be identified as Defense Exhibit number 94?
I do.
Okay, and is that a message group that you were involved with?
Could you just give me a second to read this, please?
Absolutely.
Yes, sir, it is.
And this message that you sent, is on October 25th, 2024, correct?
Correct.
And the same significance as the previous message? That,
Are you saying this day of the Profer?
yes,
Yes, sir.
okay. Your Honor, have I identified this one yet?
You identified it as 94.
94, I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
Assume same objection.
Objection.
All
Here's
right,
a-
I'll sustain the objection at this point.
Okay,
It is
I'll-
ID'd as 94.
ID is 94, thank you. Sir, can you see that message?
I can.
And I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 95. There are a number of people involved in this message, correct?
It appears that way, yes, sir.
And the names there, does that match up with your memory?
Could I review this as well?
Of course, of course.
I've reviewed it. I don't recall this correspondence, but my name is certainly on it.
Do you have any idea who is writing in the blue boxes,
I can't tell.
even by the discussion?
Well, my issue with being able to tell is that the banner, it's very small initials.
Okay. Your Honor, I think I've identified this as 95.
That's correct.
Okay. I'll ID this and
Okay.
come back to it.
Yes, sir.
Sir, I'm going to have you look at this. It'll be identified as Defense Exhibit 96. Take some time to read it.
I can see my first name up at the top. I don't recall this correspondence.
Okay, and is that with Lieutenant Gachio?
I couldn't say. I see my first name up at the top.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move to admit that as Exhibit 96.
Judge, two objections, hearsay, and it has not been recognized by the witness as having been his
All right,
statement.
I'll sustain the objection. It's just ID'd as 96 at this point.
Sir, please look at this message. This is going to be identified as Defense Exhibit 97.
Again, I see my name at the top. I just couldn't verify if that's me as Patrick and/or who this correspondence is with.
Okay. Let's talk about that. PB, Patrick, that doesn't show up on your text messages?
Well, it appears that this is with somebody else, so it's what appears on their text messages.
Okay, so do you have any idea, based on the content of it, who that person would be?
Are you asking me to take a guess?
No, I want you to conclude who that person is. Can you do that?
I can't definitively say who that's with.
Okay. Your Honor, I would move that in as Commonwealth's Exhibit, or Defense Exhibit 97.
Same objection.
All right, I'll sustain the objection, but ID'd as 97.
97. Your Honor, is that right?
That was 97.
Okay, thank you. Sir, I'm going to ask you to identify what will be marked as Defense Exhibit number 98. Please read it.
Again, that's my name at the top, or my first name at the top, with the initials PB. I don't recall this correspondence.
Your Honor, I'd move into evidence exhibit 97.
98.
98, same
sorry.
objection, Judge.
All right, I'll sustain the objection. ID is 98.
Sir, can you look at the screen in front of you and tell me if you recognize this message? Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 99.
All right.
Again, I see that my first name at the top, the initials. I just don't recall this correspondence.
Your Honor, I'd move in Defense Exhibit 98.
99.
99, objection, Your Honor.
99, sorry.
Sustained, and just ID'd as 99.
Sir, can you see the picture in front of you?
Yes.
And do you have any recollection, based upon your review of the content of these messages, as to whether or not that's yours?
This I do recall, yes, sir.
Okay. And were you the one who wrote about Klingon and Kelsey and not holding off on bringing Klingon and Kelsey? into the room?
Objection is to counsel's reading the document into evidence, but it's not being admitted.
All right.
Just trying to identify which message.
All right. Well, you can have, just point to it and then
Which,
sustain objection.
I'm pointing to that one right there. Is that you, or is that the person you're talking to?
Based on how this is presented, that would be me.
Okay. And in that message, you're talking about Eric Klingon, the prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
And Kelsey Gill, the prosecutor?
Yes.
Okay. And whomever you're speaking to, you're saying, hold off on bringing-
Objection. It has not been admitted into evidence. Counsel cannot read what is written.
I'll sustain that objection.
Okay, Your Honor. I'd move this into evidence as Exhibit 100.
And again, Judge, Commonwealth would object. It contains hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection, but ID'd is 100.
Okay. Sir, this is going to be identified as Defense Exhibit 101. Do you recognize that message?
I don't recall this specific message.
Okay. Is that, do you know if that is your communication, even if you don't remember the content?
I don't recall.
Your Honor, I'll hold this as identification
101.
before moving in.
Okay.
101. Sir, do you recall this conversation?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you know who you were communicating with?
Lieutenant Gachio.
And which color of the bubbles are you communicating on?
Gray.
And this is Friday, October 25th. Well, tell me the date. What does it say?
It says Friday, October 25th.
Okay, and what's the significance of that?
That's the date of Juliana's proffer.
Okay. Your Honor, I'll hold off and
All right.
move that.
That's
This is 102.
ID is 102.
Sir, do you recall this message that's before you?
Yes, sir.
And was that a message that you participated in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and are you in the gray?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, this would be identified as Defense Exhibit 103.
All right. 103, identified.
Now, sir, in your communication, you reference someone else in the fourth grade communication down. Who is that person?
That's Director Fyes.
And Director Sally Fyes?
Correct.
Okay. Your Honor, it's identified
It's
as
identified as 103.
103.
Yep. You got it.
Sir, can you see the message before you?
I do.
Is that a message that you were participating in?
Yes, sir. I'm again in the gray.
Okay, and the second box, those are your words?
Yes, sir.
And these are your words?
Yes, sir.
And do you know who you were speaking with?
Lieutenant Gachio.
Okay. Your Honor, I identify that as 104, and
Yes.
we'll move in for...
All right, identified as 104.
Sir, this is Defense Exhibit 105. Do you recognize that?
Yes, sir.
And are those your words?
Yes, sir.
And who are you speaking with?
Lieutenant Gachio.
Your Honor, I'd identify and move to be admitted at a later time.
Okay, just right now it's identified as 105.
Sir, I'm going to identify this as Defense Exhibit 106. Do you recognize that communication?
I do not.
Are you not a participant in this?
I don't know if I am. I can't tell.
Okay. Your Honor, identified as 106.
Identified as 106.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to identify what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 107. Are you involved in that message?
I don't believe I am because I'm referenced in the third person. So if you see the second gray box down, wasn't for your leadership and Bruch believing in you. I don't refer to myself in the third person.
Okay, but you don't remember it if, in fact, you were included in this?
I don't recall.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move that, I would identify it as
107.
107. Thank you. Sir, those messages appear to be quite frequent and with the same group of people. Is that correct?
I guess.
I mean, would that be your, a group that you rely on for discussion about the case?
Certainly people I was in text communications with.
Okay. And the text communications that we know from what we just saw were what you told us, Lieutenant Gachio and Sally Fyes, Director of Victim Services, correct?
Well, there was definitely other ones where you had group people on there as well.
Right, but we didn't identify them.
I think there was one line that said Dan Spital on there as well.
Okay, was he part of your command staff?
Yes, he was.
Okay, and were there anybody else that you saw on there?
I believe Tom Harrington was on one of those
Was
threads.
he part of your command staff?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and anybody else that you saw there?
I don't recall. I'd have to go through those again.
Okay. You're on court's indulgence.
All right, yes, sir.
Sir, in terms of your command structure, who is below you
As in, how would it
within
appear?
homicide? Yes.
My command structure would have been myself to Major Spital. Then underneath him would have been Captain Harrington, Captain Bobel. Let me clarify. I assume you're talking in this 2024 timeframe.
Yes.
Yes. And then the direct report to Major Spital, I think by the way the diagram was, as I best can recall, would have been Director Fyes.
And so Director Fyes had a direct report, Major Spital had a direct report,
Yes, I was his direct report.
and is that something that's put into the structure that was set up?
Could you clarify what you're asking?
Well, are you the one who's asking for the direct reports, or is it just by based upon their position that they're?
It's based upon their position.
Okay. Was Lieutenant Gachio ever a direct report?
He would have then been underneath, at the way it was structured, Captain Bobel.
Okay. Was there ever any concern by the people in your command staff regarding Lieutenant Gachio directly reporting to you?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was that an issue that you had to deal with?
It wasn't an issue for me.
Okay. Well, in a command structure such as yours, who would Lieutenant Gachio have to go to if he wasn't a direct report?
I think I'd like to be careful about the word have to. It's a command structure, so there is a hierarchy, and I would be at the top of that hierarchy.
Okay, and would you be the person who would give him permission to bypass the others to get to you?
I could.
Okay, in this case, specifically this case, did you tell him to come directly to you and bypass the others?
I did not tell him to bypass the others, but it was known that he would be reporting directly to me.
Okay, so you gave him that assignment, and then he just took it from there without talking to the others?
I actually spoke to the others. They were part of my command team.
Okay, so you then disseminated whatever he said to you directly?
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you came into your position as deputy chief, were you told to clean up the homicide division?
No, sir.
Did you in turn tell anybody to clean up the homicide division?
No, sir.
Were you aware of anybody saying that they were here to clean up the homicide division?
Objection as to relevance.
Overruled, if you can answer, that's fine.
No, sir.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
All right, first examination.
Good afternoon. So are we to understand that your involvement in the Banfield investigation was as a supervisor only?
As a commander, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you did not collect any evidence in this case?
That's correct. I did not collect any evidence in this case.
Did you direct that any evidence be ignored?
No, ma'am.
You spoke about Brendan Miller and your concerns about his work. You specifically made the statement that he had unsubstantiated deductions. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Was one of those unsubstantiated deductions recorded in his executive summary that Christine Banfield was the operator of her devices when interacting with the FetLife account?
That's correct.
Okay. And was it that type of unsubstantiated deduction that caused you concern?
Exactly.
Okay. Did you do anything to change his report?
Never.
And did you do anything to change the evidence that he had collected that he believed substantiated his report?
Never.
Okay. Judge, I don't have any further questions.
All right,
Witness.
redirect. I'm sorry, could you?
I had one other exhibit that I neglected to
All
introduce
right,
in
do you
my
have any objection
direct.
to him? Just, he has one more
No,
text
asking
message.
questions, certainly not.
That's fine. Okay, go ahead. It would be 108, Mr. Carroll.
108, yes. Let me just, I'll do my cross and
Okay.
then, or my rebuttal.
Redirect.
Mr. Bruch, the word unsubstantiated can be a difference of opinion in digital forensics, right? Correct?
I guess it would depend on how it applies.
And your statement that it's unsubstantiated was in conflict with your digital forensics expert statement that she was in control of her devices on the FetLife communications, correct?
I don't know that I agree with part of that statement.
Okay, which part?
So there was a conclusion that Christine Banfield was always in the possession of her devices. The crime scene definitively
Relating
demonstrates
to
that to be
FetLife, which is what she
incorrect.
asked. The question was relating to FetLife. Do you,
So could you repeat the question?
so you want me to go all the way back to the difference between unsubstantiated and what?
No, the part where you're bridging of unsubstantiated with the FetLife.
Yeah, that was the question that you were asked by Ms. Sands. And so what I'm asking is, you've indicated that it was unsubstantiated. I'm assuming as to the question as to the FetLife communications, correct?
That's what Ms. Sands asked me, correct?
Yes. And so I think your answer was you were talking about generally the statement in his executive summary that she had not relinquished any of her devices. Is that what you were talking about?
Well, those are two different things. I answered Ms. Sand's question, which would be that, yes, his deduction that Christine Banfield was communicating with Joe Ryan was not only actually unsubstantiated, it was wrong.
Well, so what did you look at to reach the conclusion that it was unsubstantiated? What digital forensics did you look at?
So going back to my education and being a master's in computer forensics, you never attribute a device and or a username to a person.
Okay, and is that what you're relying on to make that point?
With regards to Ms. Sand's question, yes.
So that's not supported by any review of the items that were extracted from the 60 different devices that he did?
Well, by happenstance, it is unsubstantiated. Unless Detective Miller was sitting next to Anastasia or Taco Supreme, he could never attribute whomever was talking on those devices.
And so what your position is that you're not going to believe that you can conclude someone's control of the devices unless you have a video or you have someone who was watching it?
It just would be forensically incorrect to make that conclusion.
But digital forensics makes that conclusion.
Objection, counsel's arguing.
I'll sustain that objection.
Sir, I'm going to show you what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 108. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall the date?
I believe that's going to be October 25th, is that correct?
Yes. It doesn't say, but if you recall it that way, that's what.
That's consistent with my communication with Lieutenant Gachio on the date of the proffer.
Okay. And is it your understanding that he was in a separate room outside of the proffer? And you were communicating with him?
I wasn't on site. I don't feel comfortable answering that question.
You don't know personally?
I don't.
Okay. But it was while it was going on, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is this the communication with Lieutenant Gachio?
My communication, as I recall it, with Lieutenant Gachio.
Okay. Your Honor, Defense Exhibit 108, we'll ID it.
It's identified as 108.
Were you also involved in the transfer of Kyle Bryant, the lead detective?
Yes, sir.
And was that due to his performance?
Performance due to inexperience, as well as the phrase I would use, I believe he was in over his head as a homicide detective.
Okay, and so Miller, so from the group that was in place in October, Detective Brendan Miller was transferred?
He was transferred, I believe, in November.
Okay. But and then Detective Bryant, who was the lead homicide detective in this case, was transferred?
He was transferred in January of 2025.
And that was as a result of your deciding he had to go?
I just didn't believe he was experienced for the homicide squad.
So you transferred him?
He was transferred to the sex crimes unit.
Okay. And in that same time frame, you were transferred, correct?
I was transferred in February of 2025.
And Lieutenant Gachio was transferred?
Correct.
During the same time frame?
right around that same time frame.
Okay. I don't have any further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Based on Exhibit 108, did you have any questions? Since that was a new,
No, but it was not offered into evidence yet.
no, it's just
so,
ID'd.
Yes.
Okay. Is this witness subject to recall?
Not by the Commonwealth.
No. Are you free to go then?
Thank you.
All right, your next witness? Gachio.
Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law?
Good afternoon, sir.
How you
Can you
doing?
please state your name and spell your name for the court reporter?
Lieutenant David Gachio, Giaccio,
And where are you currently stationed?
the Sully District Station,
Okay. And where were you prior to the Sully District Station?
the homicide unit.
Okay. And you were lieutenant there?
Yes,
Was that under, at one point, Deputy Chief Bruch?
yes.
Okay. Or actually, during the entire time you were there was under?
During the entirety of the time I was there.
Because he transferred as well, correct?
I'm sorry?
Because he had transferred around the same time you did.
Yeah, I think about a month before I arrived, he was there.
Okay. I am going to ask you to identify what has been marked and introduced as Defense Exhibit 88.
It's just been marked, not introduced, but.
Oh, sorry. I thought 88 was.
Oh, 88 is, you're right, 88 is in evidence.
Do you recognize that?
It's an email.
Okay. And what's your role in this email?
Without context, it's hard to say. I think it has to do with an executive summary that I was having Detective Miller review.
Okay, so is that the executive summary right there? Was that the attachment?
I believe so.
Okay. Well, during that time frame, perhaps you can recall, during the time frame of November 8th, were you communicating with Sergeant Brian Ames then?
Yes, I was.
Okay, and you were communicating about the digital forensic executive summary?
That's correct.
Okay. Your Honor, I think that's in evidence.
That's in evidence.
Can we publish that? Is it already?
It's already been published.
Okay,
If it's in
thank you.
evidence, we publish it.
Sir, I'm going to have you look at what has been marked as, and moved into evidence as number 89. Does that give you more context in identifying it?
Yes, I believe this was after the co-defendant in this case came in for a proffer. And those attachments or links, I guess would be the better term, at the bottom are links to the attachment or to the body-worn camera that was used to record that proffer. There were two parts.
Okay, and in this instance, you went to Brian Ames with the two proffers, correct?
That's correct.
And was there a phone call that went along this? Where did he get his direction from?
I don't recall. I think we talked, I don't remember if it was a phone call or an in-person conversation, but after the proffer, we had a conversation about some of the forensic reports and the need to revisit them.
Okay, and the need to change them, correct?
No, sir.
Okay. Was there an attempt to update, sorry, I'll leave that there so you can see it. Was there an attempt to update the digital forensics based on the proffers that you sent?
So we had a meeting, I think it was after these emails, there was a meeting set up with Sergeant Ames and the two Brendan Millers. Names are slightly different, but they work in the same unit, to go over the, basically all the digital forensics and to understand why they came to certain conclusions previously and understand how the evidence was correctly, how it would have been correctly analyzed.
Okay, and that was entirely based upon the proffer of Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
I think it was partially based on it. I think there was some question about the analysis from the leadership, both me and above me, prior to that.
Are you talking about Deputy Chief Bruch?
Yeah, he would be one of the people, yes.
Okay, and so, well, I guess, so what you're saying is that you analyzed the digital forensics and you arrived at a different conclusion than your expert?
So I reviewed the data, and I think the data is what the data is. I think the context and how you analyze what it may mean is different.
Okay, and so you were looking at the more the conclusions?
I would say the logic used to arrive at certain conclusions.
Okay. And this is with Brendan Miller's report,
Correct.
the executive summary?
That's one of them, yeah.
Okay. And did you ever talk to Brendan Miller and have him show his work?
Yes,
How many times did you do that?
several.
Okay, and when you were doing that, were you trying to get him to change?
Not the data, the analysis.
Okay,
And I wouldn't say change, I would say to understand what I was seeing.
okay. Are you aware of this email?
What number is this?
This is actually, sorry, 90.
90, so
And
it
it's
is
been
evidence.
introduced, yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not aware of this email, no.
Okay. I think it might have been the day before.
Well, yeah, some of it, obviously, the one I sent, I'm aware of. The one at the top, I assumed is what you were speaking about. I'm not aware of that one.
Okay. And is it accurate in terms of how he characterizes it?
Judge, the witness just indicated he's not aware of the document.
He's aware of the bottom part, I think is what he said, so if you want to direct your questions to that.
Well, I think I can ask him questions, Judge, about whether the body of it is accurate, whether it's being communicated properly.
What, if he recognizes it, he said he didn't recognize it, so I'll sustain that objection.
Do you recognize the content of what's being sent?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
The body of?
I mean, I can read it,
Sergeant
if that's what
Ames?
you're, I can read it and
Does
understand it.
that sound like what you said to him?
Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate.
Okay. Sir, I'm going to ask you to identify what has been, or look at what has been identified as Defense Exhibit 90.
No,
Nope.
Oh, sorry,
this-
91.
This is 91, which is
Yes,
not in
91,
evidence.
Sorry. So I'd be most interested in you looking at this area down here. Is that something that you created?
I wrote that email, yes.
Okay. And Your Honor, I move this in as Defense
91.
Exhibit 91.
Any objection?
I can have the court's indulgence for 1
Yes,
second.
ma'am.
No objection.
All right, 91 in evidence. Publish it, or it goes away.
Now, I'm going to go through a series of communications where it's multiple people. And so what I'm going to ask you is whether or not you recognize the communication and whether you're involved in the communication.
Okay.
Okay? So this would be exhibit number 92. Do you see that?
Yes.
And does that look like the communication that you were involved with?
Yes, I believe the blue bubbles are mine.
Okay. We still don't have the third person, so I'm just going to identify that, Judge. and
That's still 92.
92. Sir, do you recognize that text message chain?
I do.
And are you involved in that?
That's my, in blue as well.
I'm sorry, in the blue?
The blue is my text, yes.
Thank you. Do you recognize that message? That would be Exhibit 93.
It's exhibit 94.
This is 94.
94. I apologize, Judge. 94.
Yes,
Okay, and that's a communication that you remember?
I do.
And it looks as though it's Patrick Bruch is one, and who's the other one?
Sally Fyes?
Okay, and Sally Fyes is, what's her position within,
She's the director of the Victim Services Department or unit.
is she are you a direct report for her?
I'm not sure what you're,
Am I speaking in, is she or do you directly report to her?
no, I never have.
Okay. Who did you directly report to while you were in homicide?
Well, I had, I guess, Captain John Bobel, Major Dan Spital, and Deputy Chief Patrick Bruch.
Okay. Did you have any privilege to report directly to Patrick Bruch when he was the deputy chief?
For the purpose of this case, he was my primary report.
Okay, so it would just be the two of you communicating, much like these messages?
I mean, the other commanders were part of it, but he was the primary person that I reported to.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to identify if you are involved in this, if you are involved in this, which is a Defense Exhibit 96, 95.
95.
Yes, I believe that's my text in blue as well.
Okay. And do you remember this day?
I believe that was the day after the arrest of the defendant.
Okay. Thank you. Sir, do you recognize this has been identified as Defense Exhibit 96?
97? We're on 96. No, we're just on 95.
96, right?
96, yes. Do you recognize that?
I do.
And that's just a direct message between you and Patrick Bruch?
That's correct.
Okay. And do you remember the context of it based on looking at it?
That was on the eve of the preliminary hearing for the co-defendant.
Your Honor, I'd move this in as Defense Exhibit 96.
Any objection?
No objection.
96 in evidence and can be published.
And so you're in blue again, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and Big Day, you're speaking of what you just said, which is the preliminary hearing?
Correct.
Okay, and you reference Klingon? Are you
Yes.
talking about Eric Klingon, the prosecutor?
Yes, sir.
Okay, he was the prosecutor on this case back then, correct?
Yes, he was.
And just describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what's the communication about?
Your Honor, if counsel is asking the witness to read it, I would object. It has not yet been moved into evidence.
He asked him what it's about, so I'll overrule the objection.
You can go ahead and answer.
It's about being nervous for the preliminary hearing.
Okay, and that's between you and Deputy Chief Bruch?
Correct.
Okay, were you directly involved in the preliminary hearing that day?
No.
Okay. And was that the day of the hearing?
I believe it's the evening before, the evening before.
Okay, the preliminary hearing was on April 1st?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were you involved in the preparation? Is that why you're privy to that?
Well, I was the supervisor. I'm sorry. Oh, closer. Sorry, it sounds loud to me. I'm sorry, can you repeat the question, sir?
Were you directly involved with the preparation for the preliminary hearing?
Yeah, I mean, I was the supervisor of the homicide unit.
Okay, but you didn't have any investigatory role in this?
No, in this case, I wasn't involved in any interviews. I didn't collect any evidence. I simply oversaw the investigation starting in, I think, early March 2024, so about 13 months after the murder.
Okay. Is it customary for lieutenants not to be involved in any of those things?
At the time, I was a sergeant, but yeah, I think that's fairly normal. The detectives do the investigating, the supervisor oversees it.
Would there be any other reasons why you couldn't prepare for the hearing?
No.
Were you on the Brady list at that time?
Objection is to relevance.
Overruled.
I'm not aware that anybody keeps a Brady list, but the Commonwealth has told me that they make certain disclosures about an investigation where I allowed an employee who had a brain tumor to stay home on light duty at the direction of a commander.
Okay. And so that was one instance when you were put on the Brady list. Have you been put on the Brady list on other occasions?
No.
Objection is to relevance.
Overruled, he answered no.
And the Brady list essentially, well, you tell me, what is the Brady list?
Well, like I said, I don't think there's a Brady list, but the Commonwealth makes disclosures based on opinions that they form about a case.
And the underlying finding is truthfulness, correct?
No.
Okay. Now, there's comment in here about catfishing. Was that a concern on March 30th, 2024, amongst you and Deputy Chief Bruch?
Was catfishing a
There's a
concern?
comment here. I'm just trying to get the context of that.
So based on the evidence, I think that after I reviewed it, it was about a month in, I believe that it was overwhelming that this was a catfish. I think the term has been used kind of across the board now. That was set up by the defendant, yes.
Okay, and after doing 1 month's worth of work as a lieutenant, you were able to arrive at that conclusion?
I was a sergeant at the time, but yes.
Okay, and describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what were your digital forensics qualifications in order to arrive at that conclusion?
Well, I reviewed sort of the evidence that was provided to me by the digital forensics people. You know, for instance, the accounts were created in January. They had never, you know, they were brand new accounts. That was unusual to me. We reviewed Christine's history. I think it went back to the mid-2000s. She had never so much as visited a porn site that we could find, so I thought that was.
I guess my question was about the digital forensics.
Well, I think reviewing her digital footprint, there was no evidence of that. There were 2 occasions where the co-defendants were out of town for 48 to 36 hours, and none of the accounts, the CB 920 at Gmail wasn't used, the FetLife account wasn't used, the Telegram account wasn't used. It seemed unusual to me that that wouldn't happen while they were out of the house.
So if I can, let me just redirect you back to digital forensics.
Well, this is all part of the digital evidence, right? So,
Not your opinion as to whether or not it's unusual if they're in or out of town.
Just want to
That's
ask, you ask your next question.
Yes. In terms of catfishing, that was a theory that you were pushing, correct?
that I was,
Pushing.
it's what I believe the evidence overwhelmingly supported, yes.
And you then attempted to educate the homicide detectives about that,
Objection,
correct?
leading.
All right, I'll stay in this lead.
What, if anything, did you do with the homicide detectives in order to convince them of your theory?
We reviewed the evidence many times between March and September. However, it wasn't until the co-defendant came into Profer that everybody was in agreement that the catfish was the actual correct.
Okay, so once again, it was the co-defendant, not the digital forensics, that caused that conclusion, correct?
That's not my opinion, no.
Okay. Okay, I don't have any further questions on that. That's 96. Sir, I'm going to have you look at what will be marked as 98, Defense Exhibit 97.
No.
It's 97.
97?
It's 97, correct.
You see that, sir?
Yes,
Okay. And in that, this is between you and Deputy Chief Bruch, is that right?
it is.
Okay. And there's some concern about losing the probable cause hearing, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So question for, Your Honor, I'd move that into evidence.
All right, any objection, 97?
Yes, Judge, our previous witness did not identify that as his information, so it stands as hearsay.
It's kind of a follow-on of 96, it just keeps going down, so I'll
I can-
rule the objection on
Thank you.
97 in evidence.
Is this communication with Patrick Bruch?
It is.
Okay. And in here, there's discussion about the prosecutor's plan, correct?
Yes.
And are you in the blue or the gray?
Blue.
Okay. And there's something about a fail-safe that's been put in place. What's that?
We had evidence that the co-defendant may have misrepresented things on her visa application, and I think Customs and Border Protection had planned to investigate that and potentially arrest her for it.
Okay, so if the preliminary hearing didn't go well, you wanted to get a hold of her immediately afterwards.
Correct.
So if the preliminary hearing hadn't gone well, just for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the case would have been dismissed,
Correct.
and then she would have been released.
Judge, counsel's testifying.
I'll stay as the leading.
Sir, what would have happened if the preliminary hearing had been dismissed?
The co-defendant would be released.
And so the fail-safe was to have Customs and Border Patrol there to grab her?
Correct.
Okay, so come to the jail before she's released.
I think they were planning on getting arrest warrants. I'm not fully read into what their plan was.
And Was this a plan between you and then Deputy Chief Bruch? Or was this a plan amongst everyone involved?
It was the detectives on the task force that was created, set it up.
Okay, and so who else would have known about the fail-safe?
Detective Bryant, Detective Goodell, and Detective Smith, I think, was still pretty well involved at that point.
Was Detective Bryant the chief detective at that time?
He was the lead detective, yes.
Okay, and Detective Goodell was another co-lead detective?
Correct.
And was Detective Smith a lead detective, or she?
Yeah, so essentially when I arrived, Detective Bryant had been the lead for the first year or so. I think at some point prior to my arrival, Detective Smith had been assigned to help him. And then once I got there, I assigned Detective Goodell. So there was 3 detectives plus myself that were reviewing all the evidence.
Okay. Okay, did you say in a prior statement that as a lieutenant you wouldn't review all the evidence?
No, I would absolutely review the evidence. I wouldn't take part directly in the investigation. I didn't interview witness, collect evidence, or have any real direct involvement, just in reviewing and advocating for investigative leads.
And Your Honor, I'm sorry, 97 was moved into evidence?
97 is in
Okay,
evidence.
and that's, the jury has,
That's
it's
correct.
been published. Okay, thank you. Sir, can you see that communication?
Yes.
Is that the communication with Patrick Bruch?
Yes.
And this is from November 8th, correct?
Yes,
Okay, do you recognize this?
I do.
And you're in blue?
Correct.
Your Honor, I move this in as Commonwealth's Exhibit number 98.
Judge, I'll renew the objection that former Deputy Chief Bruch could not identify this item.
On this one, he could not identify.
I think the witness just identified him.
All right.
Correct, but the witness indicates based on the document
I'm going to
itself.
sustain the objection since he testified that he did not recall it. So I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Sir, in the blue box, you indicate that you did something. What is that?
I used the words markup. Took a red pen. What I did was highlight in red
Okay.
on a document.
And did you actually take a pen?
No, it was the red. I changed the font to red rather than black.
Okay, and the document that you were referring to there, what document was that?
It was the executive summary prepared by Detective Miller.
Okay. Your Honor, may we approach on 98?
Sure.
Your Honor, if I may, I also had 106.
I had 106, I put that on his.
Okay, and 107. Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Sir, do you identify what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 100?
Yes, it's a text message.
And that's between you and Patrick Bruch?
It is.
Are you in the blue box or the gray box?
Blue.
Okay, Your Honor, I'd move that into evidence as
No objection.
Got
Comments
100 in
Exhibit
evidence.
100.
And we'll publish.
So what, if anything, did you do when you were told to hold off on bringing Klingon and Kelsey into the loop?
I don't remember specifically, but I would imagine I held off on giving them a call.
Okay. And who, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who's Klingon and who's Kelsey?
They were the prosecutors assigned at the time.
Okay. And do you recall when it was that you put them in the loop after this statement?
I'm sure within 24 hours. I don't recall
But you don't
exactly.
have any recollection?
No, I don't recall, but it was definitely not for any extended period of time.
Okay, and this looks like it was something that might jog your memory. It was relating to Celebrite Task Force. Do you have any recollection when it was that you would have told the prosecutors in this case, whatever the conclusion was?
Judge, I think that's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
If you want to rephrase your question.
Was the information that you're holding off on relating to the task force meeting at Celebrite?
I believe it was the blood inside Juliana's shoes and on Brendan's pants.
Okay, and so how long did it take for you to communicate that to the prosecution team?
Like I said, I don't remember exactly, but it would be something that I would bring them up to speed on within a short period.
Okay, but you don't remember if you did?
I'm sorry?
But you don't remember if you did?
I certainly remember that they're aware of it. I just don't know exactly what that time frame was,
Okay.
but I would guess within 24 hours.
Thank you.
Mr. Carroll, would this be a good time to go ahead and take our
Okay,
lunch break?
yes, thank you.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch break for an hour. Please do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
We're going to do Saka at 1:30. So I'm going to run.
The prosecution or the defense at this time, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. And we'll be back. Let's go at 2:05, okay? 2:05. Thank you.
Court's recess until 2:05. Thank you.
So are we ready for the jury? Sure. All right. Are we ready for the jury then? Yes, ma'am. Mr. Carroll. Thank you. Bless you. Bless you. Great. Let's get the witness back on the stand. Sir, just a reminder, you're still under oath, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. All right, your next question.
Yes, sir, Mr. Gachio.
Could you move the microphone back towards yourself there?
Beg your pardon? Oh, sorry.
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Very good.
Lieutenant Gachio, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been identified as Defense Exhibit 102. Do you recall that conversation and who it was with?
Yes, and it was with Deputy Chief Bruch.
Okay. And, Your Honor, if I'd move that into evidence?
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Any objection?
No, ma'am.
All right, 102 in evidence.
Now, this, the date is significant for what reason?
I believe that's the date of the proffer.
Okay. And was the proffer occurring at that time?
It was later that evening.
Okay. And what time did the proffer start, do you know, in the evening?
I believe somewhere around 4 or 5 is when we began. I don't recall exactly,
Okay.
though. It was in the evening hour, so.
Were you in the room where the proffer was occurring or the room next door?
Next door,
Okay. And how were you linked up to the proffer?
by phone.
Oh, a phone was just left open and you could just listen to it?
Correct.
Okay. Was there not enough room in the area where the proffer was occurring?
It's a relatively small conference room, but it was a decision of the Commonwealth Attorney who was in there.
Okay, who was the Commonwealth Attorney?
That was Mr. Klingon at the time.
Okay, and was the decision that you would be out?
Yes.
Or there wasn't enough room?
I can't speak to what his mindset was. I mean,
He told you you're out?
correct.
Okay. Now, I think we have a previous exhibit where it was requested that you hold back information from Klingon and Kelsey Gill. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Was that around the same time frame as this?
I don't know. If you could show me the exhibit, I
Let me
can tell
see
you.
if I
Yeah.
can get the exhibit for you. Exhibit 100.
It looks like that was in June, middle of June 12th.
Okay. Did it ever come to light that you were holding back information from the Commonwealth Attorney?
We weren't holding back information. It was simply to allow time for, I think, Deputy Chief Bruch to notify up the chain of command.
Oh, okay, so is that reflected here in this message?
No, but that wasn't unusual.
Okay. Was there some reason that Deputy Chief Bruch or you, if you can answer, didn't want to include the prosecutors in this case?
We always included the prosecutors, but there was a major piece or a major change, then I would notify Deputy Chief Bruch, and he would notify it up the chain to the Chief of Police And we wanted to allow time for him to be aware of it on our side so that he would hear from it from us rather than from the Commonwealth Attorney's Office.
Okay, so looking at this exhibit that's been introduced into evidence, was the meeting with Celebrite a major change?
I think that what he's referring to is the blood evidence, not the meeting with Celebrite.
Okay, because Celebrite doesn't have anything to do with blood, correct?
No, that's
Okay.
digital evidence.
Okay, I'm just following my questions up on your statement saying whenever there are major changes, we might delay so he can go up the command staff chain before telling anyone else. So what I'm asking about is in this one, is Celebrite a major change?
Judge, I'm going to object. I think objection is to form. Mr. Carroll is misreading the information. There was no meeting with Celebrite. The statement is meeting with task force after Celebrite.
All right, I'll sustain
Fair
this
enough.
form.
You testified that traditionally Deputy Chief Bruch would say, hold off, so he could send it up the flagpole, essentially, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
But I think you're confusing what information. The information is the blood information that he's asking me to hold off on is the way I understand it.
Well, yeah,
The
that's.
Celebrite has nothing to do with the later statement.
And where does it say that?
Well, I'm saying that.
Okay. And so that would be, what you've just testified to was that this would happen when there were major changes so that everyone and staff could know and be able to answer questions by the press and things like that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in this case, what I'm saying is, what is the major change in the case that would cause there to be some delay in talking to the prosecutors?
The blood evidence. So Christine's blood inside Juliana's shoes and on Brendan's pants.
Okay.
That was new information, so that was something that I considered significant.
Okay, you sent that on. And then, so you remember that moment?
Well, yeah, I mean, I remember sending the text, yes.
But do you remember it as you're reading this text, you know, what the context of it was?
Yes, we got a lab sheet back that contained new blood information, and I notified my chain of command.
And so what about that would not directly relate to information the prosecutors need?
I'm not really following what you're trying to ask.
Okay, I'm trying to understand why there's any need to hold back evidence from the prosecutors.
There was no holding back evidence. It was merely giving time for it to get up our chain before the notification was made to the prosecutor's office.
Okay, and you don't know specifically what that time was?
I think I testified earlier, it was no longer than 24 hours. It was either later that evening or the following day.
Okay, but we're now talking about this major event of the blood evidence that's referenced here, and that doesn't tell you any different?
Objection leading, counsel's testifying.
Sustain this leading.
Now that we're identifying what it is that was the major evidence break, do you remember why you were holding back and when you ultimately gave them the information?
Again, Judge asked and answered. He has testified that he does not recall specifically when he shared the information, but he knows that it would have been within 24 hours.
I think that was previously, Judge, when we weren't talking about the major event, which is what he just testified to.
All right, I'll overrule, go ahead.
I'm sorry, can you repeat it?
So what was it about this major event with, I guess, a lab sheet coming back that caused you to hold it back from the prosecutors? And then my question is, if it's a major event, wouldn't you have an idea of how long you're holding it back from the prosecutors?
I wouldn't say major. It's a significant thing that we get a lab sheet in that shows blood evidence. There's no holding back. The evidence was all provided to the Commonwealth Attorney's Office. But we allow time when we get some kind of information for it to go up the chain of command so that they're all aware of it, so that they can, if the Commonwealth Attorney's Office calls over to somebody higher ranking, that they can speak educated about it.
So is that a policy?
I mean, it's just how we do business. There's not a policy.
But I mean, somebody has to determine it's major, and somebody has to then make the decision whether it gets held up.
I think it would go to my discretion whether it's something I'm going to notify my chain of command, and they're going to tell me sometimes they're not, it's not significant enough that they would hold it back. Or perhaps, if it was a phone call and the deputy chief was with the chief or the assistant chief, they could relay it immediately. In this case, I'm assuming that the deputy chief didn't have immediate access and was waiting for some reasonable amount of time so that he could make that notification prior to bringing the Commonwealth Attorney into the loop.
How many times in this case did you find yourself speaking to Deputy Chief Bruch at the time about holding back evidence from the prosecutors?
Again, we're not holding anything back. We're making notifications and then notifying the Commonwealth Attorney.
Well, couldn't it also be done as telling them, hey, we haven't made notifications, keep this under your...
Objection leading.
Sustain.
Weren't there other ways to do that with involving the Commonwealth Attorney's Office?
Well, they were involved.
Not if it was being held back.
Objection argumentative.
I'll sustain the objection.
You just testified that they weren't involved because you were holding back.
Objection leading.
Sustain the objection.
Okay. Let's go back to exhibit number 102. This was it looks like the entire chain was October 25th, which is I think you had previously said was the day that Juliana Perez Magalhães recanted?
Yes.
Okay. And it looks as though, and Your Honor, I'm sorry, have I moved this into evidence yet?
Yes, that's already been.
Okay, okay. And you're the blue bubbles there, correct?
Correct.
And I guess the offer hasn't been made yet, but you have the offer there, or has it already been accepted?
I don't know. Okay. I'm aware of the offer. I don't know if it had been accepted yet, I guess is what I don't know the answer to that.
And who would have been involved with that process?
The Commonwealth Attorney's Office.
And do you know who made the offer?
I believe it was Mr. Klingon.
Okay, did you talk to him before that?
I talked to him.
About the offer?
Yeah, there was discussions throughout the case about a potential offer.
Okay, when was the first time that an offer was made in your recollection?
I don't know.
Could it have been around January 1st?
Objection leading.
How long were offers going on as far as you knew?
I don't know.
Were you privy to all offers that were made?
I don't know.
Do you know of any other offers other than this one being made to her?
I believe there were others. I don't know the ins and outs of them.
Okay. And would that be because of your capacity as a lieutenant in homicide?
Well, the police department investigates and the prosecutor's office prosecutes, so they make those prosecutorial decisions, and I'm not always privy to them.
Okay. How many offers were you privy to?
I know that there were other offers made. I couldn't tell you if it was more than one. I just know that there was discussion that there were previous offers.
Okay. And in the context of the calendar year and the big events of that calendar year of 24, were there offers made before Brendan was arrested?
I believe so, but I wouldn't know the details of that.
Okay. Were there offers made before the preliminary hearing that was a cause for concern for the fail-safe?
I believe so, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. That was a pretty big event, though, wasn't it?
The preliminary hearing? Yes.
And that was something that really stood out in your mind?
Objection leading?
All right,
Is that something that stood out in your mind?
I mean, it was the first, with my involvement in the case, it was the first sort of major milestone, I would say.
Okay. At any point, did you hear of an offer of a misdemeanor for her testimony?
Not that I'm aware of. Or not that I remember, I guess would be the more appropriate answer.
And I was just going to follow up. There may have been, but you don't know.
Yeah, I just don't know.
Okay. Now, were you involved in any way in your capacity, either directing or performing review of jail calls?
I listen to them regularly, yes.
Okay, and you were listening to them,
Objection leading?
were you listening to them when Juliana had been arrested and was in jail and Brendan was out?
I don't recall when I started, but I believe it was before. I at least listened to some. I listened to more after.
Okay, but you were the command staff person. Was there someone assigned to listen to calls all the time?
Yes.
And what was the reasoning for that?
Well, part of it was that with Juliana, she spoke in Portuguese, so we had a Portuguese-speaking police officer that listened.
Okay, was that who was assigned?
Yes.
Okay, and what was the goal of listening to her jail calls?
To gather evidence.
Okay, and was there ever any discussion amongst your group about the pressure that was applied to her relating to her being incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay, and was that something that was favorable for what your goals were?
That she had pressure because she was incarcerated?
Yes.
I mean, potentially.
Okay. Were there, in listening to all those calls and having them translated, when you listened to the ones in English, were you concerned about her mental health?
There were times where the officer who was listening had concerns, and we relayed those to the sheriff's department.
Okay. Were there times that you were concerned about her talking about the meetings that she had been with the police and the Commonwealth's office?
I don't recall any concerns about that, no.
Okay, so you didn't hear any calls where she was telling somebody what's going on?
Objection leading?
Sustained.
Did you hear any calls like that?
Like what?
Recounting what the offers were or talking about the case after talking to the police?
Not that I recall specifically.
Okay. And so how often did you find yourself as a supervisor listening to those calls?
If I had free time, I tried to listen.
Was the Portuguese officer that was monitoring them, was it just on the Portuguese calls?
I think he checked all the calls and he summarized them. So from time to time, he would, send a note if he thought something might be worthy of the detective or somebody on the task force giving it a listen to see what context it had.
And what kind of things were said?
I couldn't specifically tell you. I would have to go through emails.
So it would be something that would be beneficial to the case? from your
Objection leading.
perspective? Would it be something that would be beneficial to your case?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, anything that he thought was unusual or stood out to him, he would pass on. He wasn't directly involved in the investigation, and hadn't reviewed the whole investigation, so sometimes he didn't really know what something might mean. He would
Okay.
forward it on.
In assigning him, did you or anyone give him parameters on what you're interested in?
He was assigned before I got there.
Okay. Did you ever educate him when you got in there, what you wanted?
No, I don't think there was, like I said, he was there and had been doing that for some time before I arrived.
Now, when you arrived, what were you told to do when you arrived?
My job was to be the homicide supervisor. Also, I was asked to review this case and other open cases.
And were you told to close this case?
Well, of course, that's the goal for any open case.
Specifically this case?
Yes.
Okay. Were you told to clean house in homicide?
If necessary.
Did you ever say, or what, if anything, did you say about cleaning house of the existing homicide detectives?
I think I told all of them when I first got there that that was not my goal. I hope to keep everybody who was there.
Okay. And did people leave?
Yes.
Okay. And how many people left the homicide squad?
During my time there, 5 were promoted to sergeant. I think they're all back in the Major Crimes Bureau now, and 1 was transferred out.
Okay. And who was that one?
That was Detective Bryant, or I'm sorry, 2. Detective Bryant and Detective Hanging were transferred out.
Okay. Now, did you have any control over Detective Miller being transferred?
No.
Were you aware of Deputy Chief Bruch at the time saying that he was no longer working on any Major Crime Bureau cases?
Yes.
Okay. And were you aware of any...
I'm sorry.
You okay? Were you aware of any proceedings for transfer for Detective Miller?
No.
Okay, so you had no say in that?
No.
Okay. Or were your discussions with Deputy Chief Bruch informing him as to his decision to transfer?
I mean, we discussed it, but that wouldn't be, it's not even our bureau at that point, so I would have no real input.
Okay. Now, Detective Bryant, he was transferred.
He was.
And that was, I guess, was the decision around the time of October 25th? Which is...
I think he was transferred in January.
Okay, but the decision, when was that made?
Shortly, I mean, probably in January, maybe late December.
Was the reason for his transfer the October 25th?
Objection leading.
What, if anything, did the October 25th recant and the time leading up to it, what, if anything, did that do to hasten his transfer?
I think once Juliana came in proffered and provided more context to the evidence, everybody agreed that the evidence was overwhelming and that they had missed the mark, and he was the lead, so that's what ultimately was what caused him to be transferred.
So he was transferred because he didn't get it done. You needed Juliana.
Objection leading.
Sustained deleting?
So am I to understand it was because of
Judge,
Juliana?
that's still leading.
I don't know what the question is, but go ahead.
Were there any other factors that were considered other than what you just testified to as to Detective Bryant's transfer?
When He became aware of the proffer. It was 5 days before he passed that information up the chain of command, so that also played in.
Okay. And his leaving, was that, how was that characterized?
It was a transfer?
Okay. Was it related to discipline because he didn't notify command staff?
No, it was a lateral transfer.
Was that the circumstance of performance management that was talked about last summer?
Yeah, I would say that's
Okay.
the term used.
What is performance management?
Well, if somebody isn't performing at a level that you would expect for the position they're in, you might move them to another unit to gain further experience. And that's what happened in this case.
And he's now in digital forensics. Is that correct?
That's my understanding.
Was that where he was transferred from homicide to digital forensics?
No, he went to sex crimes, also in the Major Crimes Bureau.
Okay, so sex crimes and then now digital forensics?
That's my understanding. I don't have any knowledge of that transfer.
You haven't
I
kept
wasn't
track
involved in
of
it,
or
no.
anything like that? Now, he was the lead detective on this case from the beginning, correct?
Yes,
From that day on February 24th.
that's my understanding, yes.
And Brendan Miller was the lead digital forensics person from the beginning of the case, correct?
Yes,
And he was the only one that worked on extracting the 60 devices and things like that, is that right?
I believe so. There's two Brendan Millers. I think they may have helped each other out at points, but so I'm not 100% on that. But I believe the Brendan Miller you're speaking of was the lead.
Is that the one that is sitting in the court right now?
Yes,
Okay. And so that, we're talking about the same person.
yes,
And he was also transferred during that time, correct? Within a month, couple months.
I don't recall the exact time he was transferred.
Okay, but it was soon after the proffer and
Yes.
and the back and forth in terms of the emails with Sergeant Ames.
Correct, it was right around that time. So
Okay.
if you put that exhibit up, I could give you a better ballpark.
If I said November 7th, November 8th, would you believe me?
If you're representing that that's what it says, then I will accept that.
Yes.
That sounds about right.
And so, now I know you weren't in homicide for long, right?
About 11 months.
11 months. And that was before you were transferred.
Correct.
And prior to that, were you ever in homicide as an investigator?
I was not in homicide, but I've been an investigator for most of my career,
Okay.
or supervised investigations.
And your career as an investigator was in narcotics, correct?
Primarily, before I came to the police department, I did fraud investigations as well,
Okay, with another police department?
with a private insurance company or insurance agency.
Oh, okay. But in terms of your experience, police experience, you hadn't had any homicide experience up until you got there on March 2024.
Only peripherally. A lot of homicides relate to narcotics, so from time to time, we would be involved in that aspect.
But you're never the lead detective or anything like that.
No.
Now, in your experience, does it seem odd that the chief detective?
Objection leading?
I don't know what the question is, so if you want to continue your question, I can't rule it
Does it
yet.
seem odd that the chief detective of this homicide case and the chief digital forensic examiner were transferred around the same time?
No.
Have you ever seen a case where the lead investigator is transferred and another lead investigator is transferred prior to it coming to court?
The lead investigator transferred, yeah, I mean, that happens all the time, I think.
In homicide?
In any case, I think there's plenty of homicide cases where they've come to trial and the homicide detective has moved on through promotion or to another unit prior to the trial. That's pretty normal.
Well, there's a distinction in the way you said that. I'm talking.
Objection, counsel's testifying.
Let me ask you a different question. If the case is getting to the point where it hasn't gone to trial and a homicide detective is moving, that's different than what you just testified to, right?
Objection leading.
No, overruled, I'll allow it.
I think that's exactly what I just testified to. Sometimes there's an arrest, there's a transfer, and then there's a trial.
Okay. I think, I don't want to quibble with you about it, but I think you had said once the case has gone to trial, then the person transferred.
No, that's not, if that's what came out, that's not what I intended. I don't think.
Perhaps I misunderstood.
Yeah, I think it's relatively normal for a homicide detective to leave the unit, whether it be for transfer or promotion, and then still see the case through to trial.
Okay. And when you were transferred, did you have any additional duties with regard to this case
No,
beyond what you had as a watch commander?
not really. I mean, I provided what I had and moved on to my new assignment.
You gave your one drive and then moved on?
For the most part, obviously, I've been here to testify a
Right.
couple times here with you.
So other than being subpoenaed, you're,
No, I didn't have any more investigative responsibility with the case.
are you aware of whether or not Deputy Chief Bruch, then Deputy Chief Bruch, now Mr. Bruch, has played any role in this investigation since he was transferred to the Administrative Support Bureau up until he left the police
I'm not
force?
aware.
Okay. Are you aware of any duties that Kyle Bryant, who was the chief homicide detective, what duties he's had since he was transferred?
My understanding is he remains the lead. I don't, he remained the lead when I left, to put it that way.
Okay, so he was actually still involved in certain things, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Was that while you were still there, or did that happen after you left?
Well, he was transferred when I was still there, but my understanding is he's remained the lead, and if that changed, that would be news to me.
Was that in talking to him?
In talk about.
Is that how you learned that? You spoke to?
Well, I was still the supervisor, and I think I told him that he will remain the lead.
Okay. And he carried out his duties as he was supposed to, as far as you know?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
Okay. And then with regard to Brendan Miller, do you know whether or not he had any responsibilities or obligations with this case?
I don't
After
know.
he was transferred?
That I don't know. I would assume so since he was the lead, but I don't know the answer.
Okay. And in any of the communications about transfer, you weren't privy to that?
So right when he was transferred, there was a couple weeks where we talked about reviewing and he was going through the evidence. Beyond that, I don't know.
Okay. You didn't keep track of it?
No.
There probably wasn't any reason to keep track of it, right?
Right, I moved to a new command.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm sorry, 102 has been moved into evidence?
102 is in evidence.
Okay. Now, were you when you were speaking to the victim's family, you indicate that you're on a call with the, Joseph Ryan's family?
Judge, can we identify the exhibit?
Which exhibit?
I don't know what we're looking at. I'm sorry.
Is it still
Can you-
102, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's written on the bottom right corner.
I can't do that.
So were you the main contact for the Ryan family and the Banfield family?
No.
Okay. What was the phone call about?
I think that was filling them in. Well, I don't know. It may have been to fill them in that the Profer was coming, but I don't recall. Looks like it was right before, so I would imagine, but it wasn't a phone call that I set up or led.
Okay, would that be under your umbrella, I guess, or would that be victim services?
I think that was in concert with victim services.
Okay, and so in concert, meaning you were on the phone with someone from victim services?
Yes, I wouldn't have made that call without victim services, but to the best of my recollection, I believe I was just a silent observer in that call.
Who else was on there?
I don't know. I believe that, I don't want to misspeak, I'm not sure.
Okay, I mean, how many times did you talk to the victim's family with someone from victim services?
At each of the hearings, I mean, if they were in town, we always tried to be in the room, or if there was an update, we would update them.
Well, I understand that, but I mean, was this a phone call?
I believe it's a phone call.
Okay. And so would you oftentimes call the Ryan family or the Banfield family part of your?
Primarily, it would be in-person meetings when they were in town.
Okay. And this call would stand out as not being the usual contact?
I don't remember specifically the call. Based on the date, I would imagine that it was to notify them of the proffer.
Sir, can you see what's on your screen?
Yes.
And have you reviewed that?
What number is that?
Sorry, Defense Exhibit 103.
103, thank you.
Yes.
Do you know when that text occurred?
I believe that was during the proffer.
Okay, so you were in the adjacent room,
Correct.
and you were, well, you tell me, who are you texting with?
Deputy Chief Bruch.
Okay, and you're going to move that in as
All right, any objection to 103?
No, ma'am.
103
Defense Exhibit 103?
Publish.
So let's go through this. It's tough to see what's under the banner there. Do you know what you wrote?
I think it says no real response yet. I did let Klingon know.
Okay, and you said this is while it's going on?
Correct.
So were you communicating via text with Klingon at the same time you were communicating with Patrick Bruch?
So we had a group thread for questions, and then I was communicating with Deputy Chief Bruch as well.
Okay. Who was on the group thread that you're talking about?
I believe it was Mr. Klingon, Detective Goodell, Detective Bryant, and Ms. Sprisler.
Was Detective Miller on there?
No.
Was there anybody on there that had expertise in digital forensics when those
No.
questions were being asked? Was he still in his position at the time this took place?
Yes.
And was there any reason why he would have been excluded as the expert?
So for the investigative and interview stuff like that, it would be the homicide unit, and then we shared that video later with him.
Okay, but was there any benefit to having his perspective, like it would any other part of the agency that did some investigation?
I mean, I think there's a number of people you can have, that are present. So we made it the task force and provided that recording to everybody else afterwards.
Okay, but there would have been room because there was an ante room that you were in.
Sure, there would have been room.
Okay, and so who made the decision to exclude Detective Miller?
Mr. Klingon determined who was going to be there.
Okay, that's different from my question. You just answered my question by saying he determined who was going to be there. Was there anybody who excluded Detective Miller?
Mr. Klingon, I guess. I mean, he determined who was going to be invited.
And okay,
So I imagine the converse would be true.
So because he wasn't there, it had to have been Eric Klingon.
Objection, counsel's testifying, and I think that would be a mischaracterization of the defendant's, or I'm sorry, the witness's statement.
Sustain the objection. Next question.
I don't want to mischaracterize. Tell me what you were just saying about who was invited and who wasn't.
Mr. Klingon, I believe in concert with Ms. Sprisler from the prosecution team, determined who and where this would occur and who would be invited
Okay.
or excluded.
Now, it looks like there's additional back and forth chat. What's that about?
It's about the, has been characterized, the catfish theory.
And does that highlight the dispute as to who believed in it and who didn't?
I think that's fair, yeah.
And is that why you said you were looking for an apology?
Yes, I think we had back and forth. I advocated strongly that I didn't believe that Christina had set up or sent any of those messages. That wasn't the theory that went forward until Juliana came in and told the truth.
So this is a celebration of you being right.
I don't know if I would call it a celebration, but it's a realization. Confirmation.
And then it looks as though everybody's telling everybody how great they were. Is that
Objection leading.
Sustain deleting.
What's the rest of it about?
I think it's just acknowledging that we had gotten it right, and that now everybody was on the same page, and that nobody believed that we were not right.
Okay. And so you arrived at the determination that you were right because Juliana Perez Magalhaes told the story.
Yeah, I think she filled in the blanks, but by and large, what she said was consistent with what I believe the evidence showed pretty much within my first 30 days of being involved in the case.
Okay, so were you aware that it was 2 weeks before trial when this proffer occurred?
Yes.
Okay. And was it your position that you needed her to testify against Brendan in this case?
I thought it would be helpful, but I don't think it was necessary based on the evidence.
Yeah, I know.
And your opposition to Detective Miller's executive summary was based on her testimony, correct?
No, I opposed it from pretty early on, but I think it was confirmation. It gave context to a lot of the things that were in there.
Okay. And it was at that point that you worked through his chain of command, Sergeant Ames, to get him to change the executive summary, correct?
I never asked him to change anything. I asked him to review it, be able to explain why he arrived at the conclusions that he had, and to be able to explain why he doesn't believe that to be the case anymore. And my understanding is that's what he did.
Not with you?
Not with me, no.
Okay. Did you ever go and ask him what his original position was?
I think it's well documented in his summaries. I mean,
No,
we
I'm
discussed
sorry.
it.
That was an inartful question. Did you ever ask him to go through like a math problem and show your work as to how he arrived at those conclusions?
Yeah, we looked at it time and time again.
Okay, but I mean, I'm talking about a comprehensive explanation based on his expertise that arrives at his, did you ever do that?
Judge, I'm going to object, asked and answered, not just now, but earlier, prior to the break.
Sustained. Next question.
When you say you talked about it from time to time, is that a comprehensive review of his work?
I mean, we spent a lot of hours in his lab, yes.
Okay, and were you questioning him?
I mean, we discussed all the things. There was something in the digital side that I didn't understand. I would ask him to explain to me what he felt that it meant.
Okay, so at least one aspect of whatever you didn't understand, you would ask for his explanations. I guess what I'm asking is, did there ever come a time when you had him explain his entire report?
Probably not all at once. Obviously, it was, there was extensive evidence, but we went through a significant chunk of it in his lab, yes.
Now, just specifically with regard to the executive summary, when did you recall, when did he complete it and when did you see it?
He completed it prior to my arrival, so I saw it, sometime probably in that first 30 days in March of 24.
Okay, and at any point did you agree with it?
I think in the first bit, I just took it all in. I tried to take in all the evidence. I spoke with a number of detectives and sort of got their impressions, and then I reviewed it, and then I had questions about the analysis. I think part of the issue is it was not the data that I had issue with, it was the interpretation.
Okay. You mean the statements surrounding the data, the findings?
For instance, he attributes things to people rather than devices.
Okay. And is that something in your digital forensic experience that's not best practices?
I think it's difficult to say who's holding a device if you don't have a lot of context.
I think that's, I mean, isn't that why digital forensics is what it is?
Well, they extract data and look and tell you what's going on, and I think probably some of his analysis went outside the bounds of what he would normally do.
And did you ever directly address him about that statement you just made?
Yeah, we discussed it, and I think he agrees
You think he agrees?
that it was beyond what he normally does, yes.
Okay. Were you aware of the peer review of his executive summary and files?
So there was stuff sent down to University of Alabama, I believe. My understanding was that they were trying to do a deeper dive into certain devices and see if they could pull more information than perhaps Fairfax County has the ability to pull.
Were they able to do that? Do you know?
I don't think they really got much further than he did.
Were you aware that they concurred in his findings?
My understanding is that they concurred that he extracted the things properly and that the data was correct.
Did that peer review change anything in terms of your position as to the executive summary?
I'm sorry, I lost you. Can you speak into the microphone?
Sorry.
It's hard to hear up here, I'm sorry.
Did the peer review change your thought process as to the executive summary that he had created?
I think it gave me confidence in the data, but it didn't affect the analysis part of it.
Okay. And so perhaps I've asked you this. What was your experience in the analysis of digital forensics?
Well, I'm not, you're looking at what the data is. I've been an investigator for almost 2 decades. So I've looked at lots of data and developed theories or trends, stuff like that.
But can't anyone do that?
Objection, argumentative.
Sustained. Next question.
Would that be difficult for anyone else to do?
I don't think so. I mean, I've spent a lot of time in investigations and putting things together, and you look at, patterns of life and how people act and how humans behave, and this is just more data points to look into.
Now, and that's what, is that what differentiates experts to investigators?
Well, I think the expert,
Objection, relevance, I'm not sure where we're going with this. He's not an expert, he's testifying as his recollection of the events.
Well, I think the discussion is about Brendan Miller's work.
I'm going to sustain the objection. Next question.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to look at defense number 104. Is that yours?
yes,
And that's with Deputy Chief Bruch?
yes.
Your Honor, I move that in as Defense Exhibit 104.
Any objection?
No objection, we also would not object to 105 as it appears to be page 3 of this same conversation.
Okay, 104 and 105 in evidence.
And sir, you're in the blue, correct?
Yes.
And so your first statement there, what does that mean?
Which,
The first
You're-
statement
can you-
in blue.
I'm sorry, without the microphone, it's very difficult to hear you and understand.
The first statement in blue?
B guided her through B was Brendan.
Oh, so you're recounting her story?
Correct, this is during the proffer.
And is this in the ancillary or
Correct.
the ante room of?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. And this is Detective Bruch's statement?
That's Deputy Chief Bruch speaking, yes.
Deputy Chief Bruch, sorry. And did you have any, in your text group, did you have any say in any of the questions that were being asked?
Yeah, so we, in the text group, if there was something we wanted to, explore, we would put a question in there, and then Mr. Klingon would either ask the question or not, depending on, his expertise, I guess, as a prosecutor.
Okay. Sir, it looks as though 105 has been admitted to evidence.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Okay, and is this part of the chain of text messages back and forth?
Right, it's a continuation of the previous exhibit.
And the discussions in, I guess, the gray is then Deputy Chief Bruch, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then you're in the blue responses?
Yes.
And so these are what you guys are in this, well, tell me what you're talking about there.
So we're recounting some of the stuff that's coming on from the Profer and talking about some of the days leading up to the Profer. And then sort of the response of people who became aware of it.
And the discussions about specific situations, those were your theories going in, correct?
Well, confirming the account that Brennan and Juliana created the account is, yes, part of our theory. And then the revenge rape or was she dead was a question as part of that theory as well.
And it looks as though Klingon is a prosecutor, correct?
Yes.
And there was comments about him?
Yes.
And what about Kyle and Tommy? Who were they?
That's Detective Bryant and Detective Goodell.
Okay, and those were the two head detectives at the time?
Correct.
And is that just banter between the two of you?
Yeah, it's a text thread between the two of us.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to look at defense number 108. Is that your communication?
Yes.
And who are you communicating with?
Deputy Chief Bruch.
Your Honor, move that in as Defense Exhibit 108.
Any objection?
No, thank you.
108 in evidence and published.
So it looks like, well, tell me what you're saying here.
In which part?
This part.
I think you just pointed at Deputy Chief Bruch's comment.
Okay, were you part of that?
Yes, I think what it's referring to is where I say this is good. She confirmed that he would send her home a little early from the gym so she could post when he was not in the house, which was confirmation of some of the digital forensics where you could see that Juliana's device and Brennan's device were at the Lifetime Fitness in Reston, and then Juliana would leave, and as her device would leave, as she arrived at the Stablebrook address.
I don't think this is responsive to my question.
Or you want to ask your question again?
Yes. This area up here, does that indicate that you are still in the room?
Yes.
Okay, so this is while this is going on?
Mm-hmm.
And the things that you're reporting to Deputy Chief Bruch at the time, are those some of the questions that you were sending in or some of the things that you were trying to get the au pair to say?
I wasn't trying to get her to say anything. We were trying to ask questions to get to the truth.
Okay,
And like
were you asking questions regarding that particular incident you just started wanting to talk about?
So that's something I think that came up. Juliana put that out there without being prompted. But like I said, we can confirm it with the digital evidence, and it was, corroborating what she was saying.
Now, when she confirmed that she created the account, did she tell you what the email address was?
I don't recall.
Did she tell you what the password was?
I don't think so, but I also don't think she specifically said that she created the account. I think that she said Brendan created the account.
Okay. Did she say that she was there when Brenda created?
Objection, calling for hearsay.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Was there anyone in the text group asking her or suggesting questions to Mr. Klingon regarding the account platform?
I don't recall.
Was there anybody suggesting questions in what you saw regarding the passwords?
I don't recall. I do remember that Mr. Klingon had a list of, I think, over 100 questions that he hoped to get to. So a lot of that was covered in there.
Do you know what the origin of those questions were?
I think his review of the case, I don't know though.
Okay. What, if anything, did you know about any meetings that Juliana Perez Magalhaes and her attorney had with Mr. Klingon prior to that?
I'm not aware of any, but if it happened outside of my knowledge, I couldn't tell you.
Okay, so it was your impression that she walked in there and
Objection, counsel's testifying, leading.
what was your impression of the interview?
She appeared truthful, and we were able to corroborate a lot of what she said.
Oh, okay. And is that the measure of the truthfulness for you?
I think when you see interviews and conduct interviews over a course of a career, you start to kind of get a feel if somebody's being truthful or not. And one of the ways we do that is corroborate through other evidence.
Okay. Now, with regard to your digital forensics that you did, and forgive me if I've asked you this, but it's something that I want to make sure we cover. Did you ever extract anything from any of the phones or devices, or I think there were 60 of them?
No.
Okay. And I think you'd said that you don't have any problems with the data that was generated from those.
No, as far as I can tell, the data appears to be extracted, in compliance with the industry standards, and as you said, University of Alabama confirmed that.
Okay. So what did you do to determine what the industry standards were and what he did?
I just took what the Detective Miller represented to me and the University of Alabama report.
Okay. So he says this was industry standards and you accepted it?
Yes.
Okay. So there wasn't any real, to inform your conclusions, there wasn't any real investigation.
Objection, leading.
Was there any investigation relating to digital forensics that informed the conclusions that you were working from?
I reviewed the data. I don't think I did any quote-unquote digital forensics work. He provides data. In this case, he provided some other reports and summaries, but the data is the data. You can look at it and sort of figure out what it means. And if there was something I didn't understand, I would ask him for help. But it was the analysis, I think, of that data that I thought was problematic.
Okay. Court's indulgence.
All right, yes, sir.
Sir, this is Defense Exhibit 104. I think you've previously looked at it. This particular statement right here on the October 25th, that was when you were still in the anteroom where the recant was happening, correct?
Correct.
And that's a statement that you wrote. Is that what was said?
I mean, that's my understanding of what was said. I don't recall the specific wording.
Okay, but you were in the moment and you said that was...
Yes, that would be what I understood it to mean.
Okay. Now, did you, I know it was a goal, or I won't say it that way.
Okay.
One of the things, well, what if any, I'm sorry, Judge, strike that.
That's all right.
I want to make sure. Was there anything that occurred in the recant when you were in the anteroom that challenged any of the questions that she was asked, or any of the answers that she gave?
I'm not sure what you're trying to ask me. I'm sorry.
Was she challenged on any points in this recant?
You mean, did Mr. Klingon ask her clarifying questions? Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Do you remember any of those?
Not offhand, no.
Did, so the people that were in the room, and I can name Detective Bryant?
Detective Bryant, Detective Goodell, Miss Sprisler, Mr. Klingon, I think Mr. Campbell and his co-counsel may have been in there as well, and Juliana.
Okay, and that was it?
I believe so.
Did anyone else, other than Mr. Klingon, ask questions of Juliana Perez Magalhaes?
I don't think so.
Did anybody, if you had a vantage point to see this, did anybody interrupt him to try to get a point across before he asked a question?
I didn't have the ability to monitor the room. I could only video monitor. I could see it on the phone, or got me crossed up there. It was just an open phone line, so I couldn't see anything
I'm
until
sorry.
afterwards.
So there was no video feed?
No,
Okay.
I couldn't see into the room.
Did you hear anyone challenging like a detective would to what she was saying?
Objection leading.
Status pleading.
What, if anything, did any of the detectives or the prosecutor do relating to issues that came up in the questioning?
I don't remember specifically. I think the plan was for Mr. Klingon to do all the talking from the prosecution side. I don't know that any detectives actually spoke during that proffer. And there were definitely times when he asked clarifying questions, but as to specifics, I'd have to watch the video. It's been quite some time.
Okay, and I guess that brings up another point. Is it unusual in your investigations to have the prosecutor question the cooperating co-defendant versus a detective?
To me, it was a little unusual in a state case. In a federal case, that was standard.
Right, but in federal cases,
Objection, counsel's testifying.
there's a little more.
He's still
The
testifying.
objection. Next
Okay.
question.
And did you know whether those people in the room could say something, or were they told not to say something?
My recollection is that Mr. Klingon the plan was for Mr. Klingon to do all the talking. I don't recall there was a, specific statement that nobody else should talk, but that was the plan going in.
Were you involved in any sort of a breakout session between the groups, between the recants?
I'm not sure what you're asking me.
Well, there's, and I think it was on your email, there were two proffers. And so there was a break between 1 and 2. Do you recall that?
Yeah, I wasn't present for the second one. I'd been transferred by then.
Well, no, sorry. There were 2 separate recorded proffers on October 25th. Were you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And then I think on February 7th, there was another proffer. That's probably what you're thinking of.
Yeah, so in the first proffer, between the 2 sessions, we had food. We had taken Juliana out of the jail prior to her receiving a meal, so we provided her some pizza.
Okay. And then were you there for the second portion?
Yeah, I was in the room next door, listening.
and-
Same through the whole time. There was just a break in between.
Okay, so and the break occurred where everybody could join together?
Yes.
Okay, and in that, was there any sort of a discussion amongst the potential questioners that were in the room?
Not that I recall. We kind of scarfed down some food and got back in there because it was starting to get late.
And so it sounds to me like, so Eric Klingen basically controlled the whole process.
Yes.
Was he willing to take input from you?
Yes.
He did? Did he take input?
Yes, like I said, we had a text group where we, provided questions and, and I kind of remember in some cases we would send a question, but by the time, he kind of finished the thought, he already got to that question. And then there were some times where he asked the question. I don't remember the specifics. I just kind of remember that flow.
Was it ever suggested that she take some sort of a lie detector or anything like that before she would be offered that plea?
Judge, objection. It's not relevant.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Was there any discussion as to how to confirm her veracity by whatever means?
Yeah, so like I said before, we tried to corroborate a lot of what she said through evidence, whether it be digital or documentary. Like, for instance, the windows, we were able to, that was something we had no idea about. And then once the proffer had been completed, we were able to kind of run that down and confirm it.
Now, did you ever say to any of the investigators that they arrested an innocent woman, talking about Juliana?
No.
That was never said by you to anyone?
About me?
By you to anyone?
No. I think what you're probably referring to is I expressed concerns about the articulation of how, the reasons they charged, but I think the charge was solid.
And who was that with that you expressed those concerns?
Detective Bryant.
Okay. Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon.
How you doing?
Okay, so let's talk about this case and how the Fairfax County Police Department Homicide Division got involved. Do you all have a rotation for call-outs when there is a crime committed?
Yeah, so there's what we call a homicide list, and there's, generally about 12 detectives on the squad, give or take, and there's an order, and it kind of rotates through that list so that nobody's overwhelmed with work at any one time.
Okay, so when the call came out for the murder at the Banfield's home, was Detective Bryant essentially on
I
call?
believe he was up for murder. Again, that was prior to my time there, so
Okay. And so his assignment, you indicated that it's not uncommon for cases to be handled by multiple detectives over the course of the case's life. Is that correct?
yes.
Okay, and in this situation, this case has been pending for 1 month shy of 3 years. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so there's nothing really out of the ordinary about multiple detectives having been involved in this case?
Not at all.
Okay. Likewise, this was a really big case for Fairfax County homicide, correct?
It created a lot of attention, media attention, so there was a lot of eyes on it.
And there was a huge volume of evidence to go through, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And as such, your leadership was very involved in this matter, making sure that they were up to date on how the case was progressing, correct?
yes.
Okay, so was there anything, again, intended to be hidden from the Commonwealth by making sure your leadership was aware of developments in the case as they arose?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Turning to Ms. Perez-Magalhaes' proffer, you all were working as a team in developing the questions for Ms. Perez-Magalhaes, correct?
Yes,
Okay, and it was simply determined that Mr. Klingon would be the mouthpiece in the room, nothing more, correct?
correct.
Okay. Ms. Frissler was present, as she sits here at the table today. This is Ms. Frissler, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And Ms. Perez-Magalhaes' attorney was present, correct?
correct.
Detectives Goodell and Bryant were present.
Correct.
All right, and you were all smushed in a room, is that accurate?
Well, they
good
were
for you.
smushed.
They were
I was
smushed, you were
comfortable in
outside.
Ms. Bristler's office.
Okay. Was there room for anyone else in that particular room at the time?
It's a small room, as you know.
Okay, thank you. Her proffer was 2 weeks before her trial, is that correct, Ms.
Yes.
Perez-Magalhaes? And that was more than a month after Mr. Banfield had been charged, correct?
Correct. He was charged September 16th. I believe the proffer was October 25th, about 6 weeks.
So the proffer was not the determining factor in whether or not to charge Brendan Banfield with the murder of his wife and of Joe Ryan, correct?
Correct.
What was it about Ms. Perez-Magalhaes' proffer that you believed made her to appear truthful?
Well, like I said, we were able to corroborate through digital evidence that she left the gym. She basically said that
I'm sorry, could you put your microphone on? What's your objection?
Objection to, it's outside the scope of what I've asked. It's an open-ended question as to the investigation, and it's.
I'll overrule the objection. All right, continue.
Please continue.
So she essentially kind of confirmed the sequence of events that I believed occurred. Part of the way we did that was looking at the digital evidence. There were things along the way, for instance, going to the gun range, we were able to see pictures of that. She talked about leaving the gym, that Brendan told her to leave the gym early to go home so that he wouldn't be in the house while the FetLife or Telegram account were active. And we were able to see that on the geolocation of her device and Brendan's device, and then we could see her log or see a log on the Telegram shortly after that device arrived in the area. The windows was something we hadn't had any idea about once she.
When you say the windows, do you mean the replacement of the windows in the Banfield?
Right, so she said that there was a time where Brendan had the windows replaced with windows that were like soundproof, and he asked her to go stand in the driveway, or actually he asked her to stand in the bedroom and scream while he stood in the driveway to see if screams would be able to be heard. She said that she did not want to do that, and so he screamed and she went outside. We were then able to track down a receipt and some emails, I believe, about the windows, and ultimately find the company and speak with the salesman who spoke to Brendan. And there was just a lot of things that over the course of August until February, in the digital evidence that she was able to corroborate for us in that, or that we were able to corroborate her statement after.
All right, thank you. And just a final question from me. I'm sure counsel will have more. Did you change, distort, or hide any evidence in this case?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you direct anyone to change, distort, or hide any evidence in this case?
No, ma'am.
All right, thank you. Nothing further, Judge.
All right, redirect.
Lieutenant Gachio, you were ordered by the court to turn over evidence that should have been turned over months before during the summer, isn't that correct?
No, I gave everything that I had.
The text messages and the emails that you were seeing here were turned over in July when we had a discovery order in November, isn't that true?
Yes, and that's something that we have never turned over in any other case that I'm aware of. So as soon as the court ordered it, we complied.
Okay, and when you say we, who are you talking about?
Fairfax County Police.
Okay, and so the issues relating to the conflicts in the case were exculpatory evidence, wasn't that correct?
Objection calls for legal conclusion.
Sustained. Next question.
Did that ever occur to you that that was something that should have been turned over?
Objection is to the form.
Sustained is the form.
Did the emails and the text messages that you have just witnessed, were they, did that ever occur to you that that was something that should have been turned over on the discovery order?
An objection, Judge, I think we're still on the legal conclusion. He indicated that it was turned over once he received a court order.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
Who in your division is in charge of looking to see whether something's exculpatory?
Objection is to relevance.
How's it relevant?
I think the question, this is in response to her question that.
I'll sustain the objection. Next question.
In terms of the transfers of Brendan Miller, or actually, I think you were involved with the transfer of Kyle Bryant. What was your reasoning behind that?
Well, I gave input, and my input was that I thought he should stay.
And in fact, he was then removed?
Yes, he was ultimately transferred.
Okay, and what was the reason, the October 25th situation?
Objection calls for speculation.
Overruled if you can answer it.
I think it was a combination of the withholding the Profer for 5 days and, you know, and just being wrong about with the analysis in this case.
You're talking about being wrong after the Juliana Perez Magalhaes proffered.
Well, I think that's when he realized it. I think after that, there was nobody on the police department that I'm aware of that doesn't believe the current theory of events.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
No.
Oh, no?
No, ma'am, thank
Okay,
you.
you're free to go, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go ahead and take our afternoon recess of 15 minutes. Don't do any outside research and do not talk to anybody about the case. Thank you. And just a reminder, our next, we were going till 5:30, so keep that in mind on your break, okay?
I'm making a shot.
Come back at 3:50 then?
Yes, ma'am.
3:50, Mr. Carroll?
I'm sorry.
All rise.
Can we hand out my phone?
right. Are we ready for the jury?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. All right, your next witness,
Sally Fyes?
Sally Fyes.
Thank you. Please stand up. Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case under penalty of law? Thank you.
Got it, thank you. Hi. All right.
Good afternoon, Ms. Fyes.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to show you some text messages.
Judge, I would object. The witness has not yet been identified.
Could you just have her?
Sorry. Can you please say your name and spell it for the court reporter?
Sure. Sally Fyes, S-A-L-Y-F-A-Y-E-Z.
And if I ask you any questions that don't come out right or you don't understand, just please tell me and I'll repeat the question.
Absolutely.
Now, you're the head of the Victim Services for Fairfax County, is that correct?
Correct. For the Fairfax County Police Department.
Okay, and in that role, do you fall within their command staff, I guess, MAP?
I do.
Okay, and so who, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of your organization and how it fits within the police department?
Sure. So we are a civilian unit within the police department. We fall under the Major Crimes Bureau. So there's 4 divisions in the Major Crimes Bureau. There's the Violent Crimes Division, the Criminal Investigation Division, the Cyber and Forensic Division, which are all sworn staff, and then the Victim Services Division, which is my division.
And so, and how many people do you have working for you?
17, plus we have interns, but 17 employed.
Okay, and when you, when something like what happened in this case happens, how do you get involved?
So my office is located on the 6th floor, which is where the rest of the violent crime detectives are. So it's not uncommon that something happens and I'm automatically made aware of it, which is what happened that day.
Okay, and so you get a call or you get a text or something like that, and then you roll to wherever you need to be?
No, so the day of the murders, I was already up at headquarters, and so I either received a phone call or a message, I'm not sure, letting me know that Valerie and and Juliana were headed to headquarters, and did I have an advocate to sit with them?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Did I have a victim advocate that could go sit with them?
Okay, and did you arrange for that?
Correct.
Okay. Now, at that point, is that victim advocate the victim advocate for them for the remainder of the case, or how does your organization work?
Yes, on homicides, the advocate that responds, usually respond to a scene, but in this instance, we responded to headquarters, so they would keep the case. There's 2 different families, so I assigned one advocate to one family and another advocate later on to Joe Ryan's family.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that?
doing,
Your job?
I've been with the department for 23 years. So I was an advocate for 7 years, and I've been the director for 16.
And so in terms of your interaction with the police department, what's your interaction on a daily basis if you're not otherwise responding to things?
I'm in command meetings, I'm in supervisor meetings, there's daily dialogue about cases. I'm obviously making sure that my unit is squared away and going where they need to go. If there's a call out, we have a text thread of who's going to respond to a call out. It's really just the day-to-day of supervising the division.
And the command staff meetings you talked about, who's attending those?
The command staff meetings are all majors and above, majors, deputy chiefs, assistant chiefs, and I believe captains.
And are you on a level of a deputy chief or a major? Or?
I would be considered the professional equivalent of a major.
Okay.
So I answer to a deputy chief.
And who during this time frame would you answer to?
To Deputy Chief Bruch at the time.
Okay.
Well, at the time of the murder, it would have been Deputy Chief Reef, Jeff Reef.
Okay. And I think timing-wise, Deputy Chief Bruch came in just after this incident, or he was actually a captain?
He was the captain
Okay.
during the incident, yes.
So you had interaction with him when he
The day
wasn't
of.
the deputy chief?
When he was the captain, yes.
Okay. And then when he was deputy chief, you answered to him?
Correct.
Okay. And so the command staff meetings, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what those are without any specifics?
It's just to ensure that the command team of the Fairfax County Police Department know what is going on within each of the subdivisions. It's really just a conversation of what's happening within the department of all of the rank and file.
Okay. I'm going to show you some text messages and ask you if you can identify them.
Okay.
This is marked as Defense Exhibit 92.
Okay.
Do you have any recollection of that?
From looking at it, but no.
Okay, no, nothing on the page stands out for you?
No. I mean, I see that was from 2024, but otherwise, no.
Okay. Is it common to have jail call recordings in your communications with Deputy Chief Bruch, and who would be the other person? Was that Lieutenant Gachio?
I only see myself and Deputy Chief Bruch on here.
Okay. Would that be a common occurrence, the jail calls from a case?
Yes. I mean, it's not that it's every day, but if you're asking, is that okay that a text message included a jail call? Yes.
Oh, no, I mean, I'm sure it's okay. I just was curious if that's just something that would be naturally flowing from your position and his position.
Yes.
Okay. And is that something that are you ever involved in listening to jail calls, or just when it's sent to you in this kind of format?
I have in the past, yes.
Okay. And in this case, have you done any listening of jail calls?
No.
Other than this?
No.
Okay. And so it appears there's a conversation going on. What's the nature of that conversation?
There's several conversations going on. Which one are you referring to?
Actually, let me just, if I can just pause for 1 second. Your Honor, I move this in as Defense Exhibit number 92.
Any objection?
Judge, I think the witness testified that she doesn't recognize it.
Are you going to lay a foundation?
In terms of your communications with Deputy Chief Bruch, would text messages be a common way that you would communicate?
Absolutely. I think that's the common way to communicate with most people.
And so other than personal communications, would text messages, including jail calls or other discussions about perhaps defendants, would that be something that you would talk about?
Yes.
Okay, and in this case, is that what that looks like?
Without knowing what that call was, no,
Okay,
I wouldn't
What
know.
about the next statements regarding that?
Again, unfortunately, since it was 2024, there's not a lot of context of what this is for me to know.
And so you're based upon what you know right there, you're saying you're not certain that this was a communication that you had made?
Well, I obviously made it because my name is in there, but I really don't remember that specific text message.
And I think that's
But I'm not saying
understandable.
I did not do it.
That's certainly understandable with text messages. Your Honor, I'd move that in as Defense Exhibit 92.
Judge, I wouldn't object to its admission at this point, but obviously the witness's testimony would be limited by her
Well, I
recollection.
understand that, but as far as admissibility, 92 is an evidence. You want to publish?
Now, down the page of this message, I'll point to this. What are you saying there, and does that indicate that somebody else is in that message?
Gachio, Lieutenant Gachio.
Okay, does that help you remember any of this?
No.
Would it be common for you, Deputy Chief Bruch and Lieutenant Gachio, be on a three-way text?
Yes, I've been on text messages with deputy chiefs and supervisors in the past.
Okay, and and these are the kind of things that you discuss when you're talking to those two?
Well, if I'm reminding Lieutenant Gachio to ask people to do something, yes.
Okay, and how about talking about things like arresting him will put him over?
Again, I'm sure we have in the past. I just don't know the context of this.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to review what has been marked as Defense Exhibit number 94. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, and what's the significance of the date in remembering that?
Friday, October 25th,
Yes.
the arrest of Brendan Banfield. Is that what you're asking me?
No, I don't think, well, let me just do this, and then we can talk about it. Your Honor,
Sure.
I'd like to enter this as Defense Exhibit 94.
Any objection?
No, Judge.
94. Publish.
It appears it's a conversation with Deputy Chief Bruch, and it's relating to some message that the chief had written.
Yes.
And do you know what the significance of that is?
I believe after Juliana's Profer.
Okay. And you knew that to be October 25th, correct?
I only see it at the top of a text message.
But did you know that to be October 25th?
Not that I would have recalled, no.
Okay. And in this text message, you're talking about not taking no for an answer, correct?
Correct.
And what's that relating to?
It appears to say not taking no for an answer, so we're all grabbing a drink next week.
Okay, and do you know the context of that?
Probably just saying we're all going to grab a drink next week.
Okay, but not anything with regard to the case?
No, not that I would read from that.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to have you look at what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 98. Do you recognize that?
I don't recognize the text message, no.
Okay. Are you involved in that text message?
By looking at it, I can't say yes or no.
Okay, you don't see, okay, I'll withdraw that. Ma'am, I'm going to have you look at what's been identified as Exhibit 99. Do you recognize that?
No, I don't.
Are you not part of that?
It doesn't appear so, so I would know if I was.
And you don't have any independent memory of it?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll withdraw that. Ma'am, this is Defendant's Exhibit 106. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay. Is that a text that you were involved with?
Yes.
And just for the sake of identifying people, which color were you on that? Gray or blue?
Gray.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd move that in as Commonwealth's Exhibit 106.
Judge objected to, that was not identified by whoever the other party is in the email.
That's correct. The other witness said they didn't recall, so I have to sustain the objection to 106.
Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to review what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 107. Do you recall that text message? Or can you identify that text message?
Identify it as in,
As a message you sent or as a message you were part of?
my name is up top, so I would say that it was from me.
Okay, do you know who you were communicating with?
Not just by looking at it, no.
Your Honor, I'd move that in as Defense Exhibit 107.
Judge Reed to object.
The objection.
Again, it calls for hearsay.
Right.
Ms. Fyes is the person who was the recipient. She cannot identify who the communicator was.
And I believe the other witness said it wasn't him, so I have to sustain the objection to 107.
Very well, Your Honor. Now, ma'am, when you're in the command staff meetings, what kind of role do you have in those meetings?
My role really is to make sure that the victims and the survivors are a part of the conversation.
Okay, and so are you giving updates on things, or how do you engage with the command staff, the police command staff?
I think it really just depends. Are you talking about in this instant, or are you just talking about in general?
Generally.
I think it just depends on what the case is about. Sometimes if we have a case where a case went to court, then we would update the command staff on what happened with the verdict. If there's a case where we believe the family needed some awareness when there comes to a Public Affairs Bureau release, we work directly with our Public Affairs Bureau command staff to make sure that families are notified in a dignified way that something's going to be released.
Now, specifically with regard to this case, were you ever involved in the theory of catfishing?
Yes.
Did you suggest catfishing?
I did not suggest catfishing. I suggested that it be proven that it's not catfishing.
And when in time was that in relation to the killing of Christine Banfield?
I think as time went on, it became apparent that was a possibility. And so are you asking when I started to think it, or?
Well, where did this theory come from? Were you the one who started it?
Did I start the theory? No.
Okay, when did the theory become a discussion topic? in context of the time that
I think throughout the investigation, depending on what meeting you were in.
how soon after the killing of Christine Banfield did that come up, is what I'm asking.
I think it came up once they were in a hotel and our intel detectives heard her call, ask if she could call her mommy.
I'm sorry,
I think there were things that came out a couple of days after the murder that made people question whether this was a catfish or not.
okay, so within days after the murder,
Correct.
did you believe that it was a catfish?
I didn't believe that it wasn't one, but it was on the table that it could have been, absolutely.
Okay, and was that something that you discussed in command staff meetings?
I think that evidence and investigative avenues were discussed, but the actual word catfish, no,
Okay.
until later.
So was it discussed in terms of assuming someone's identity, or how would it have been discussed in those meetings before saying catfish?
I think it would have been discussed as, has everything been done to prove one way or the other? Was this a setup or was it not?
And is that something you were bringing to the table, or is this something that?
I think it was a group discussion.
A group discussion? Okay. And so within days, the discussion turned to catfishing? And that's
Not within days, no.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My view, within probably a few days, was a question of what really went on.
So in your mind, within a few days, catfishing was a possibility?
A possibility, yes.
And did you communicate that possibility to the people that were in the command staff meetings?
I'm sure we all were having the same conversations because I wasn't the only one that thought that.
I mean, is that something that you would oftentimes talk about in these cases?
Yes. Well, I don't think we've had a case like this, but I would have a conversation about the case that's being presented, absolutely.
Okay, well, I guess for purposes of your memory, would there be other times? I mean, if this is a pretty big case, and if you had suggested catfishing, that would be memorable.
I think you're confused as far as what I did. Whether I thought it was or not, it's not that I suggested it. There were meetings where plenty of people above me that believed the same thing. It wasn't just a Sally catfish, if that's what you're asking.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to get an idea of when you started talking about it as catfish. And I think you'd said you thought about it within a few days, but when did it become a viable theory to talk about in the command staff meetings?
I think you're confusing command staff meetings. What meetings are you referring to?
The ones that you just described where you're with command staff.
Those are different meetings than just a normal meeting talking about cases in the
that's what
Major
I'm
Crimes
asking.
Bureau.
We'll talk about the normal meetings. In the command staff meetings, when was it that you started talking about catfishing?
Well, it was never discussed in an actual command staff meeting because that's the entire command staff, so it wasn't discussed then.
Okay. Were there breakouts?
Move that. I'm sorry.
Were there breakout meetings of the people that were involved? I'm just trying to understand where we're going.
And I'm trying to understand where you're going. I'm sorry, I really don't know what you're asking me.
So the only meetings that we've talked about at this point were command staff meetings that you said that you're involved with as one of the command staff personnel, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And what I'm trying to get to is when was it that catfishing was a theory amongst the meetings that you were attending, whether they're command staff or other meetings, whatever meetings you're attending?
Again, I think they're ongoing. There's meetings on that floor between the supervisors and the commanders on that floor. That's a different meeting than a command staff meeting.
It's not so important in my question as to what kind of a meeting it is. What my question's really directed to is when did you start adopting that and talking about this in meetings?
I don't have an actual date for you.
When was it in comparison to the returns on DNA, digital forensics, fingerprints, anything like that?
I think what happened is every single time some piece of evidence came forward that made you question what really happened, then that theory would come back up.
Okay, and do you know the time frame on that?
No, I don't.
Would it be a year?
Again, I think when you have an investigation like this, there's constantly meetings, there's constant conversations about it. So there were times where, hey, could it have been this? Are you looking at this versus talking about some other angle?
Okay, would it have been a month after the incident?
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained. And if you can move the microphone a little closer to you, Mr. Carroll. Thank you.
So you don't remember when you would have talked about catfishing in a meeting?
The actual word catfish, no, I wouldn't remember that. I can remember when questions would come up about what happened that day.
Okay,
Yes.
and maybe it's my terminology that's a problem. When was it in meetings that you talked about the theory of what happened that day in the meetings?
It wasn't necessarily me starting those meetings saying that. It would be a meeting for an update on the case or what was going on with the case. And so everybody was having that kind of conversation. It was kind of a give and take.
Okay.
Which is normal in these kind of situations.
Sure, I'm just trying to understand. And so catfishing wasn't a comment, or wasn't a name that it was given, but there were issues regarding the investigation. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Okay. And so, and I understand you're saying it evolves into something. When was it that catfishing was brought up as the?
Objection asked and answered.
Sustained. Next
You don't know?
Next question.
Okay. On the day of the incident, were you involved with Brendan and Christine's daughter being brought to the safe spot?
What do you mean?
To be, it was in a place where an interview took place?
No.
Okay. Were you involved with any sort of discussion about trying to detain my client?
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Were you involved on the day of the killing? Were you involved with anyone trying to detain my client at that point?
No.
Were you at the headquarters during the
I
time?
was, yes.
And were you in the presence of Juliana or Valerie?
Juliana and Valerie are in one of our waiting areas where we have a victim waiting room with the advocate, not me.
Okay. And did you have any say in any sort of interviews of Juliana or the child?
No.
While they were waiting there? Did those occur?
Not that I remember, but I wasn't there for that.
Okay. Was there any concern from you and the people that you work with about my client being released at that
Judge,
time?
objection calls for speculation. She can speak as to what was in her mind, but asking about others.
Want to rephrase the question?
What, if anything, what, if anything, were you worried about with my client being released that day?
Valerie's safety.
And did you do anything to further that worry that you've just told for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, I had received a call from Captain Bruch and Lieutenant Weeks, who was the homicide supervisor, and they were on the scene, and the concern was
Okay.
that he
Your
would
Honor,
not.
that's not responsive to my question, but
You asked her what she did.
when she talked about a phone call.
Okay, all right, wait.
What did you do?
I ended up getting a hotel for everybody, so they would all be in one hotel together.
Okay. And including my client?
Correct,
Okay.
and Juliana.
And at any point in that process, did you discuss detaining my client?
No, I have no authority to ask anyone to detain.
I understand, but you have the ability to discuss.
Objection argumentative?
Do you have the ability to discuss that with the police?
No.
So in terms of where you're concerned, you can't communicate to the police your concerns?
I absolutely can.
Okay, and in this case, did you?
I don't understand the question.
Did you discuss your concerns with the police on the day of the incident?
But what concerns are you talking about?
About my client being left out?
Again, I don't understand the question. I want to answer it, I just don't understand it.
Okay, and that's the case with some of my questions, so let me see if I can get it straight. The question of my client being detained or being released, was that a worry for you?
At the time, your client wasn't even in headquarters.
So you didn't have anything to judge that by?
No.
Okay. Did there come a time where you were concerned and you wanted him to be detained?
No.
So there's no communications between you and the police about that?
If I can go back to my conversation with Captain Bruch and Lieutenant Weeks, was where I was going with that.
Well, let's just stay with what we're doing right now. I'm talking about your concern about my client being detained, and I think you've answered that you had no concern at that time, correct?
No, it just wasn't an issue at the time.
Okay, when did it become an issue for you?
It never became an issue.
Okay, so it never really came up in terms of trying to detain him?
No, not
Okay.
that day, no,
Okay,
if that's what you're asking.
Yeah, that day.
Okay, no.
Now, do you know how long it was before he was reunited with his daughter Valerie that day?
I don't know. I know when I went to get everybody a hotel, and they were together then.
Okay, and how long after the incident was that?
I wouldn't know the time.
Was it the same day?
It was the same day.
Okay. And were you, so you arranged the hotel so the family could stay outside of the home?
Correct.
And is that normal for your position when there's a crime scene, an active crime scene?
Yes.
Okay. And is it normal for there to be surveillance going on in a hotel like that?
I can't answer that. That's not my wheelhouse.
Okay, so you didn't have anything to do with
No.
having surveillance?
No.
Okay. Court's indulgence. Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Cross-examination?
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Just briefly, can you explain what it was that raised the question of Christine Banfield having been set up?
Repeat the question. I'm sorry.
Sure. What was it? So Mr. Carroll went through with you repeatedly about when did catfishing become a topic of conversation. My question was one you were asked, but we're not able to finish answering. What was it that happened that raised in your mind the question of Christine having been set up?
At the hotel? So from my understanding, we had an intel detective in the lobby of the hotel that we had everybody in, and she had asked Juliana, can I call you mommy now?
When you say she, who are we
I'm
talking
sorry,
about?
Valerie. Said, "Can I-"
Valerie, Christine's daughter?
Yes, said, can I call you mommy now? Juliana, again, I don't remember her answer. She said yes. And then she said, are you going to marry my daddy? And Juliana said, I wish.
Okay. Thank you. I don't
Sure.
have any other questions, Judge.
All right, redirect. All right, is this witness subject to recall? All right, you're free to go, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your next witness?
Call Detective Miller.
Detective Miller again?
Yes.
All right, Detective Miller? He's already under oath.
Bear with me, Detective Miller. Sir, you had an opportunity to listen to some of the witnesses today, specifically Lieutenant Gachio, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he indicated that he reviewed the digital forensics in this case, correct?
I believe he said not in its entirety.
Okay. Well, in his testimony, what did you hear him say?
That he reviewed things with me.
Okay. And the things that he reviewed, do you have any idea what those were?
Off the top of my head, no, there was a large amount of data in this case.
Okay. And in fact, you extracted nearly 60 devices, correct?
It was a large number of devices, yes.
You don't remember whether it was 60 or not?
It was in that neighborhood.
Okay. And so whatever data that you had extracted that you chose to share with him, would that have been the raw data that you extracted?
I believe everything provided was in report form.
Okay. So he didn't get into the level of detail that you get into in your analysis?
I would not imagine so. I don't recall raw data specifically.
Well, let me ask you this. You heard him testify. Did he ever sit down with you and ask you to go through your work?
Judge, at this point in time, I would object. I believe counsel is trying to impeach his own witness, Detective Gachio, with this witness.
I'm not sure, but I'll overrule the objection for now.
Okay.
We'll see where we go.
Could you ask the question again, please?
Did you ever sit down with Detective Gachio and explain your work that resulted in the executive summary?
I don't recall if I did it in its entirety.
Okay. Can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury of the times that you did it? What were you telling him and showing him, and how he arrived at conclusions?
Well, again, it's a summary, and I believe at the top of it, it qualifies that it's not every artifact involved in this case.
Okay.
So but there would be times we would go over aspects that there were questions about.
Okay. And did you ever agree with the things that he was saying about it?
Your Honor, objection, it's vague.
All right, if you want to rephrase it.
Yes. Did you ever agree with his conclusions relating to your work?
Objection again, Judge, still vague. There were so many conclusions we've heard testified to.
Give me more
Okay.
specifics.
Say, for example, on January 9th of 2023, the analysis of the opening of the email account. You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and did you go into your conclusions and how you arrived there with him in any of those meetings?
Yes, I went through the devices that were involved based on the data extractions and the warrant returns, et cetera.
Okay, and I know you did because you made the decisions, but I'm asking, did you go through that with Lieutenant Gachio on that specific day?
I believe that was one of the items we went over.
Okay, and was that something that he agreed with you on?
There was heavy discussion about being able to attribute activity to a particular person. And I believe I stated that in this field, barring external corroboration, it is difficult to attribute activity to a person. But given that devices were known to travel with somebody, it's logical to look for aspects where dominion and control may have been lost.
Okay, and in discussing that with him, did you find that at that time?
Objection as to form, Judge, find what?
That the devices, I'm sorry,
Okay, that's fine.
did you find what you just described, that the devices were separate from the person during the January 9th?
Again, without external corroboration, I can't determine the actual person behind the device.
Okay, I understand that, but your findings were that there's no evidence.
Objection asked and answered. He just indicated that he could not.
Assisting the
Fine.
objection. Next question.
In terms of that specific day, did Lieutenant Gachio end up agreeing with your conclusions?
I would say that there was disagreement over the way I had phrased the document.
The way you phrased it? Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry for that.
Yes, I'm sorry.
And so not relating to your analysis of the data, am I to understand that?
Can you clarify your question? I'm a little
So-
confused.
I'm just following up on your previous answer, and I'm trying to clarify, but the meeting between you and Lieutenant Gachio relating to the January 9th, 2003 artifacts.
Judge, that's not a question. Objection.
You could phrase it as a question.
Yes. Just what I said. Did he agree with you as to those artifacts on that day?
An objection asked and answered. The witness testified that there was a disagreement over the way the document phrased.
Overruled objection. If you can answer it, that's fine.
I would have the same answer. There were disagreements over the way that I had written that document.
Okay, so on that particular portion of that document, there were disagreements. And my question, I think, that started this all was that relating to the data that you extracted and interpreted, or the characterization of it?
Again, I would say the disagreement was over what was on the paper.
Okay. And so when, in terms of that specific section, was there agreement at any point between the two of you?
There were a lot of things on that document, even on that day, as far as what the devices were doing, I think we were all in agreement the devices were doing what the devices were doing.
Right. But he wasn't in agreement with your conclusions.
Judge asked and answered.
Sustained. Next question, please.
I appreciate, Judge. I'm not sure that it
It was
was.
asked and answered, sustained.
Okay. So let's move on to another day that was a crucial day in this catfishing, January 23rd.
Objection to counsel's testifying.
Okay. How about January 23rd? Did you do an analysis of the devices on that day?
I am trying to recall the specific devices done on that day. Again, there were a lot of devices processed on a large number of days.
Do you have your reports with you?
I believe they're.
Is it all right, Judge, if he can retrieve that?
I think
Do you-
it's on the front, they're on the front.
Thank you. January 23rd, what year, sir?
2023.
20. I'm sorry, was the question a device that I processed on that date?
Yes.
January 2023 would
No,
have
I'm
been prior
sorry.
to the
It would have
homicide.
been, it would been the artifacts relating to that date.
There we go.
Do you know which device in particular? I mean, there are a lot of devices.
So I guess as a guide, I was trying to break it down as to specific days, but we can use your executive summary if you'd like to, and then go through it that way.
I
Do you
mean,
have that
whatever.
available to you?
Yes, I have it here.
Okay. I'm just pulling it up. Court's indulgence for one moment. Do you have that handy here, Detective Miller?
I have one in front of me, yes.
Okay. So let me ask you this. In terms of all the devices in this investigation, did you image all of those?
I extracted data from all the devices, yes.
Okay. And is that essentially imaging, or am I using the wrong term?
Imaging would imply a, depending on the circumstance, a bit for bit copy.
Okay. And in your extraction, did you extract all of the devices in what you deem a forensically sound manner consistent with your training and best practices?
Yes.
Did you process the extracted data using forensically approved and verified tools?
Yes.
Listening to the testimony before, Lieutenant Gachio testified that he received data extractions from you. Is that correct?
I don't recall his exact phrasing.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you last.
I don't recall the exact phrasing of his answer.
Okay. Did you ever give him data extractions that came from you?
Data was provided, no portable cases and Cellbrite reader reports. A lot of data was provided to a lot of people in this case.
Okay, specifically based on what Detective or Lieutenant Gachio said. Do you remember what you had given him?
Not specifically.
And I think in the previous testimony, you had testified that you'd given your data extractions to the lead homicide detective, correct?
Yes.
And is that just part of the routine of making sure he has the full case?
Yes, it's important to pass the data on.
And did you provide data to Lieutenant Gachio and the detectives in the form of a magnet portable case?
Yes.
And/or Cellbrite reader formats?
Yes.
Okay. Did those productions contain the same data you extracted from the respective devices and reviewed during your analysis on this case?
I believe so.
Sir, I'm going to try to show you something here. Sir, do you see something on your screen?
I do.
Okay. Are those examples of the data that you provided to Lieutenant Gachio?
There's screen captures and what appear to be a Word document that appear to have come from those, yes.
Okay. And
Judge, I apologize, it's probably just me, but is there any way we can zoom? I can't read a single word on the page.
Can you zoom that a
Let
little?
me see if I can do that.
There you go.
Much better, thank
A little
you.
better?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Sir, what is this?
This appears to be a screen capture from a portable case in a Word document.
Okay, are these the things that you provided to the lead detective and Lieutenant Gachio?
These screen captures?
Or what these screen captures contain?
All portable cases and reports generated in this case were provided to Detective Bryant and others.
Okay. And do you know, were these same items provided in discovery? I'm just scrolling down.
I believe they were.
I'm just going to continue scrolling down so you see them. All of those items? These are all the devices that you went through?
I don't believe it's all of them, but these are devices I went through, yes.
Okay, and are those devices that you provided to Detective Bryant and, I guess, based on his testimony, Lieutenant Gachio?
Yes, these were provided to Detective Bryant.
Okay, but were these the things that you gave to Lieutenant Gachio?
I believe he had access to all of them.
Okay, so you didn't actually give them to him, he just had access as supervisor?
I don't recall what I provided him directly.
Okay. Okay, so he had access, you don't know if you provided it?
Judge asked and answered.
Sustain.
Your Honor, court's indulgence for one moment. Do you have the portable cases for these with you?
I do not.
Where do they reside now?
Right now, I believe they're on hard back at headquarters.
Okay. And would you have access to those in order to move them into evidence?
Right now, no.
Or in the future?
I have access.
Objection. I'm not sure.
Everyone approach.
Thank you.
Sorry. Your Honor, can you see that on the screen?
Yes.
Sir, can you identify those? Or can you see them?
You might have to make it a little bigger. So. Or maybe you can identify it as it is, I'm not sure.
This appears to be a screen capture of messages from one of the reports.
Okay. And are you familiar with the data that went into this screen capture?
Is in the data extracted from the device? Yes.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you see in this series of communications?
I see an item number titled Christine phone, and then I see messages below that.
Okay, and this is what data? Sorry. What day is identified in this?
January 9th,
Okay.
2023.
And is that one of the important days in this case?
Yes.
Okay, what's the significance of January 9th?
That was the day the Gmail account was created.
Okay, and do you, what can you conclude by looking at this screenshot?
That messages were sent using this device.
And can you identify who the other device is?
I see a phone number.
Do you know that from your analysis of this case?
Not off the top of my head.
Do you know who was on WhatsApp of the people that were using devices in this case?
Multiple people were using WhatsApp.
Do you know who? Other than Christine, who else communicated with WhatsApp with her?
Juliana?
Okay, in this situation, do you have any conclusions as to who Christine is communicating with?
Objection asked and answered. He indicated he doesn't remember the phone number.
Overruled.
In context, it would appear to be Juliana.
Okay.
And just for the record, I believe you had marked that prior to as defendant's 86.
86, okay, thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, do you see anything on the screen?
No. If you'd like your expert to help you.
Sir, do you see something on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. Can you identify the communication that you see there?
It appears to be Facebook messages.
And what, have you seen these in your own independent investigation?
I would imagine at some point in the last almost 3 years.
Okay. And when you were looking at these, specifically these, what, actually, let me have you look at. What is that?
It looks like a screen capture of details and artifact information.
And how would you extract an artifact like that?
A single artifact?
This particular artifact?
Well, the device would have had data extracted from it, and then that would have been put into a tool.
And this particular artifact, what can you gain from that?
Just what's on the page right now?
So can you go through that?
Objection. Who's asking for the witness to testify to the document if he wishes to admit it? That would be the first step.
Your Honor, I'd move to admit this
Do you have a number for me?
as, I do have a number.
The 109, I guess, if that's what you want to do.
Is it 109?
Any objection to 109?
Yes, Judge, relevance.
Overruled, I'll allow 109 in evidence.
Judge, if I may, it's a document from 2021, and we don't know who it's purported to be between.
I overruled the objection, 109 in evidence.
Thank you.
Oh, now, okay, no. So what number is this one then?
I had this one as 83.
I just want to make sure I get the record clear.
Yeah, why don't we do this, if we can, Judge? Can we make this one 109?
Okay.
And the other one
10?
110?
All right, so 110, subtraction, and this is 109. Any objection to 109?
Same objection.
All right, overruled, 109 in evidence. Okay. I think we're on the same page now.
Sir, do you see the connection between the communications here and the extractions? And I can go to the next page.
Again, these are screen captures from what I would assume would be a portable case, but I don't have the whole thing here.
Okay. And that's 110?
110.
And what do you see there?
Details of artifact information.
Now, when you, do you see the, what appears to be a conversation going on?
Would this be 111 then?
111.
Okay.
Yes, I see messages.
And in terms of the messages, what's the, are any of the devices that you had extracted present on these communications?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again?
Are any of the devices that you extracted data from present on these communications?
I see an item number and a label.
And are you talking about the yellow or the blue?
The blue, where it says local user,
Okay, and the label on that?
it has an item number and says Christine phone.
Now, did you hear testimony regarding Windows today or even days before?
I recall Windows being mentioned.
Okay, and in this communication, in your expert opinion, can you conclude a date as to the communication?
Judge, I'm going to object to the witness testifying to the contents of the
Do you
document.
wish to have this in evidence?
Yes.
Any objection?
Judge, I would object. It's hearsay. We do not have the speaker testifying.
111, Your Honor. This would be for, as an extraction that he's identified.
I understand, but there's still hearsay in it is what the objection is.
Well, Your Honor, I would say that this is an extraction through digital forensics, through sound principles, which he's testified to.
Right, I understand that, but inside that, there is hearsay. so I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay.
Okay.
Okay.
Sir, do you see what is described as a discussion about windows?
I do.
And when does that take place?
Judge, same objection.
He hasn't moved it in yet.
Correct.
I'll allow that question. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, repeat the question.
Again, Judge, the objection is to the witness testifying as to the contents of the document.
I understand, I'll allow that question.
What date is the,
It just
oh,
lost.
it just went out. I think I have a power issue.
Can you use another computer?
Is yours? The win. Sir, the question was, before we lost power, the date that these communications were taking place.
And Judge, to clarify the objection, he's asking for information contained within the document, which is hearsay. If he's asking about the date they're
I'm going to
extracted,
allow the
yes.
date. Your objection is
Okay,
overruled.
thank you.
6/28/2022.
Would this be 113 then?
113.
Okay.
Sir, based upon your extractions, based upon the information that you looked at from Christine's phone, do you recall this?
I don't recall doing a dive specifically into Windows.
Into the specific topic of Windows?
Windows came up much later in the investigation.
Okay. And so when the windows came up was during the initial recant in October, correct?
Yes,
Was that the first time you'd heard about windows?
I believe so.
Had you been involved, would you have been in a position to advise whomever was there as to what the content was on her phone?
Possibly.
Okay. Were you ever asked about it?
I think later on, windows came up. I can't recall the exact artifacts that I looked at, though.
And they came up because, well, let me ask you this. Did they come up because they were taken, the orders and things like that were taken off of my client's laptop?
I recall conversations with Detective Bryant about windows that came up later in the investigation.
Okay, and did you do anything to determine whether that was what Juliana Perez Magalhaes had said was true relating to the artifacts that you looked at?
I don't recall specific artifacts that I looked at relating to that.
If you had been involved when she first said that, or been in the room, would that have been an opportunity to inform the questioner?
Judge, objection is to form. I don't think it's clear, inform the objection as to what.
Okay. In the room when the recant on October 25th, if you had been in the room, would you have had the ability to inform any questioner as to what the specifics of the window purchases were?
I don't think at that time I would have been prepared to do that.
If you had heard that for the first time, as many did, would you have been able to track that down?
Judge, I object to the form of the question. What is that?
Would you have been able to track down information relating to the window purchase?
Yes.
And what would it take in order for you to confirm or deny what she was saying in the recant?
Going through the devices, keyword searches, things like that.
Okay. And in this instance, do you see the writing on the screen?
I do.
I think that would be 113, Your Honor.
Yes, 113.
Is that what was done in this situation?
I don't recall making this screen capture.
Can you look at it and tell whether or not that's a search for windows?
I could assume it is, but since I didn't create the screen capture, I don't know definitively how that came to be.
Sir, can you see the communication with what it says is Christine's phone on December 3rd, 2022?
Yes.
And the communication?
Judge, objection is to form.
Do you have I'll sustain the objection as a
Okay.
form.
What does this artifact indicate to you?
And for the record, that's 115.
115.
Okay.
Again, it's a screen capture of artifact information. Says summary windows, which is highlighted in yellow.
And is that indicative of a search for windows?
Again, I didn't create the screen capture, so I can't state how that came to be there.
Well, in terms of the standards that you live up to as an expert in digital forensics, is this something that you would require of yourself if you're doing a screen grab?
Objection as to form is what something he would require of himself?
The item that's on 115?
The artifact information here?
Yes.
When going through artifacts, yes, I would look at a breakdown of the data surrounding it.
And what can you opine about what you see there?
That it's a screen capture with a summary of windows. There's an email address associated with the calendar. Time zone is UTC. It's a calendar event.
And do you recognize the email that's being used?
I do.
Okay. And what email is that?
cbanfieldrn@gmail.com.
Okay, and is that her email, her personal email? as far
Objection,
as you
Judge,
know?
is that whose email?
Is that Christine Banfield's email?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move into evidence. Sorry. Defense exhibits 110, 115.
110 is already in evidence. 111 was
110 is admitted, 111 was already offered and
offered,
denied.
sustained. Yes, the objection was sustained. So we're up to, you want 115, which
Yes,
is
Your
the
Honor.
last artifact.
Yes, 115.
115, no objection. 114, objection, hearsay.
He only offered 115.
Oh, I thought he said 110 through.
I initially said that.
Okay, so 115 is in evidence. We can go there. All right, now, do you want 112? Are you looking for the other ones as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's go to 112. I just got to get it on the screen. Can you get 112 on the screen for me? Because I believe that's 109, 110, 111. That's 112.
112.
112.
Objection, hearsay.
All right, the objection's hearsay.
Your Honor, I would, may we approach?
Sure. So sustain 112 as hearsay. Okay.
Sir, do you recognize the data from this particular slide, slide 1?
For the record, we'll mark that as 116. Okay.
116.
It appears to be a screenshot of the CPRN920gmail.com.
And what's the date?
January 9th, 2023.
Yes. Now, what are the 3 entries there, as best you can tell?
They just appear to be potentially emails with subject lines. One of them is blank.
And the other?
One says pics, the other says pics 2.
And is this the email account that's alleged to have been created by someone other than Christine Banfield,
Yes.
based upon your investigation? And what is this that you see here?
Screen capture of what appear to be logins with IP addresses and dates.
Okay. And do you, specifically January 9th, do you see that login?
I do.
And what does that indicate to you, and what device does that indicate is logging in?
Looks like a Samsung SMG 991U with Android 13.
And do you know whose device has that identifying characteristic?
If memory serves, 2 devices have that pedigree.
Have SMG991U?
If memory serves, Mr. Banfield's IRS phone also has that same, it's the same model number.
And that was 117.
117.
And now this is 118?
118.
Okay. And this would be,
Sorry, Judge.
19 now?
Yes.
Oh, you went back to 118.
I went back to 118.
Okay,
I think I hit 119.
All right, that's fine. 118.
Detective Miller, what do you see here in this slide?
Again, screen capture with IP addresses with what appears to be login information.
And is there anything you can get from that login information?
The user agent is on the right.
And how is that being logged in?
With a Windows device.
Can you tell whether that's a phone or a laptop based upon what you see there?
From what I see there, it would be a laptop or a computer running Windows.
Okay. Let's look at 119. Oops. Can you identify what that is?
Oh, I'm sorry, Judge, I can't even begin.
I don't know if you can make that a little bigger maybe so you could see some of it.
I'll give that.
There you go.
We'll just look down the center column.
Okay.
Can you see that, sir?
Yes.
And what does it show? What does it indicate to you?
Again, it appears to be a screen capture with emails and artifacts.
And is there anything there that can identify what device was being used?
Not that I'm picking up from the screen capture immediately.
And is it any information that you can look at that can identify what device is being used?
Judge, I think asked and answered.
The same question you just asked.
Okay. Or what, how the, what email's being used?
I see the email address of cbrn920@gmail.com.
Okay. And what do these appear to be to you?
Email records.
Communications? And who are they
Sure.
from?
I see a lot of FetLife. And then, oh, they moved.
Oh, sorry, were you still looking at that? I was just trying to give you something else to look at.
Nope, that's fine, we can,
Do you want to scroll down?
if you would like to. Yes, I see FetLife.
And FetLife?
Yes, FetLife.
And more FetLife? Can you tell from the screenshot whether these, so are you satisfied that they're all FetLife? Just based on scrolling around?
Objection, I think that's a mischaracterization of the evidence.
I'll allow the question if you can answer.
I can see what's in the screen capture, but again, I did not create the screen capture.
Okay. But if you were trying to create a screen capture from digital forensics, this would be the form in which it would come?
It could be, depends on what I'm trying to take a capture of.
Is there a way for you to determine whether these are still active or they've been deleted, anything like that?
From this screen capture?
Yes. I can move it if you need me to.
I'm not seeing a deletion marker in this.
I'm sorry, what? The location marker?
You asked if I could tell if something was deleted from what I'm looking at.
Yes. Do you need me to move it to someplace where you could tell on this screen grab?
I don't think this screen capture has everything in its entirety.
What makes you say that?
If you scroll back up to the top. So if I were looking at it like in a portable case or in actual Axiom or something like that, I would be able to see all of the data fields, but since I didn't create this screen capture, I don't recall if there's any data fields beyond what was taken in the screen capture.
What kind of data fields would you include in your screen capture?
What was relevant, and if there were specific artifacts, I would try to tag them when appropriate or
Okay.
make them know.
And in terms of the FetLife account in this case, what would be relevant for categories for a screenshot?
I mean, I would want to look at everything.
What more than what's here?
Again, I don't recall off the top of my head what other fields would be on that. And again, this is a screen capture that I didn't create.
Okay, but if you could create any screen capture, what more would you want?
Objection asked and answered. He said he doesn't know what other fields would have been available.
That's what he stated. I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay. And in terms of dates and times, things like that, can you opine about those?
I see dates and times.
And do you recognize a range of dates?
They don't appear to be in chronological order. I see that they're jumping around.
Would these be maintenance records relating to the FetLife account?
Maintenance records.
Yes.
I'm not sure I follow.
Would these be maintenance emails and communications?
They appear to be incoming communications from FetLife.
Okay, from FetLife to cbrn920@gmail.com?
Yes.
And what, if anything, does that indicate to you?
That email address was receiving communication from FetLife.
Your Honor, I'd move, I think 119 was the last one.
This is 119. that we have on the
119,
screen.
so 116, 117, 118, 119.
All right, we want to start with 116. Could you move back to 116?
If we can go back to what that was, I believe it was the screenshot of CBRN with the 1923.
Do you have any objection to 116?
No, Judge.
Okay, 116 is in evidence. 117, which is the next one. If you could, any objection to that?
No, Judge.
Okay, 117, and then 118.
No, Judge.
All right, and 119.
No, Judge.
All right, should, just to clarify, should 119 be under seal since there are names of a lot of individuals that are not involved in this case?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is that okay with you, 119 under seal?
Yes.
Okay, 119 is an evidence under seal. We're going to stop right there, Mr. Carroll. I'm going to stop because we're already past
Okay.
5:30, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, we're done for today. We'll start back up at 10 a.m. tomorrow. So don't do any outside research. Don't talk to anybody about the case, okay? We'll see you in the morning. You can stay right there for a second, that's fine. All right. Detective Miller, since you're still in the middle of your testimony, don't discuss your testimony at this point with anybody, okay? All right, thank you. You can step down. All right, so have we worked on jury instructions?
I'm minor in my office right now. I'm going
Okay.
to send them to them tonight.
All right, 9 o'clock tomorrow, we're going to go over jury instructions, okay? 9
That's
a.m.
fine, Judge.
Tomorrow, we'll do jury instructions. How many more witnesses do you have after Detective Miller?
Potentially 3.
3 witnesses, so you
Yeah.
should be done tomorrow, is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay,
Could be, I don't know. It could be long.
okay.
I'll try.
All right, we'll see about that. And then you said your rebuttal evidence is not.
Judge, I think Yes, we have 2 witnesses at most.
Okay, so there is a possibility we might be able to get done tomorrow. My goal would be to get done with the evidence tomorrow and then have closing arguments whenever we come back from the snow. Have our jury instructions already done and closing, if we can get there, okay? But I understand your witnesses. If we don't get there, we don't get there.
Right.
But if we have a 5-day break in between something, that's what I'm trying not to do. I want to try to get all the evidence in and then have a 5-day break and then do closing arguments. But,
Right.
I mean, if we can, if we have to stay a little longer tomorrow night, I don't think any of them would mind. So
Right,
keep that in
right.
mind to be ready to finish everything tomorrow if we can.
Judge, we were ready to finish everything today.
Well, I understand that. Okay, if it can be done.
Judge, as a little update, we just were told
I
that,
was just saying, there's a nationwide Microsoft outage causing our email to be down.
Causing what down, to be down?
email to be down.
Our email in our office.
I'm, okay, well, you'll figure it out. I'm not worried.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah.
The other thing, not just another housekeeping matter, Exhibits 10 and Exhibit 16 have the included pages.
10
And I can share that with counsel,
let me
and then
go
we can address that tomorrow.
Back to defendants 10?
Yeah, 10 and 16, Judge, they were the letters that it said
That
2
were
out of 3.
truncated. Yes, the letters that were 2 out of 3 pages, and then the other one just stopped after
Okay.
2 pages, and we anticipated that there was more.
All right, so you need to add more to one of these.
They're already done. I'm just going to share them with counsel, and then we'll be ready to.
All right, but 10 was never submitted into evidence.
Correct.
Only 11. So we have to update 11. But we need to update 10 as well, because
We would
it's
need
pretty.
to-
10 wasn't
Both.
submitted because the
It
one,
wasn't, it
the
was,
one page
They were not
was.
admitted.
so now 10 is admitted.
Once we.
Once you get it.
I'll share that with them
All right.
if
10
Microsoft
and,
Edge doesn't.
was the other one, 11?
16.
16, 10 and 16, okay, got it, I got the 2, all right.
And so we can
as
do
soon as
that
get
first thing, yeah.
First thing in the morning, we can take care of that. I'll see you at 9 o'clock with jury instructions, okay?
Yes, if council wants to send that early, I mean, we're still waiting on yesterday's exhibits, so.
Oh, we don't have 82 yet?
I have a video that has been downloaded on the hard drive.
We haven't looked at it yet, reviewed it.
I have, yes.
Okay,
it
so that is
correct.
82.
Correct.
So we have 82 and 83.
I don't have 83 because it was under seal.
Okay, that's fine.
But the one that well, actually, I think I do have 83.
You have
It was the one that he gave me that was.
Right, I understand that,
82
but you have all
yesterday.
the videos there. But do you need today's video?
I do need today's without audio.
Without,
And Judge, what I'm raising is the Commonwealth is still missing yesterday's exhibits that were supposed to be submitted by close of day. We never received copies. We addressed this morning that the link that was shared did not allow us permission. So
Oh, right, 'cause
we
it
still
went
haven't,
back
I
to-
can't confirm.
so
that-
82 and 83, you need, can we email?
I can email it. I can save it and email it to you all if you.
That's fine.
Well, we'll email 82 and 83 to you. or
Okay,
Shannon
thank
will.
you. And then anything for today.
And then anything for today, we'll take care of.
82, so to clarify, 82 is the continuation of Beckner's video, the second half?
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
we don't, we need to see what's been submitted. I still don't
Right.
know.
That's fine, 82, you need 82 and 83, and then whatever from today.
Yes.
Okay? All right, we can do that. All right, anything else?
I don't think so, Judge.
Okay, all right,
Thank you.
9 o'clock.
Thank you.
All of us